Hello, everybody, and welcome back to some more WARNO League action. And this is not going to stop anytime soon, as we have so many games coming up. 64 players after all, with each having to play 3 matches of 2 games each over the next 3 weeks. And then we have the playoffs. So, hey guys, hope you all doing well. And yeah, I'm once more joined by Chloride. We come jump here into a Division 4 match.
Hello, everybody, even from the Chloride side of things as well. We are looking into a Division 4 game from the land down under with Medred against, what was this guy's name again?
Wendell.
Wendell, okay. And opening up, we are seeing what some are calling the Pact First UK going against what some are calling the NATO 7th Panzer. It is the mirror matchup of the mediocre tanks. With the UK side of things here on the left, having a significant advantage with forward deployment. And we're already seeing SAS patrols and Paramilans taking a not actually as audacious of deployment as they were a couple of seconds ago. With the East German player investing into a Felt depot, obviously kind of looking into having a longer game and most likely thinking about the RM70s, the very powerful 122 millimeter multi-launching rocket systems that the 7th Panzer gets. So what do you think about this matchup? I think the 7th Panzer has recently been pretty underwhelming and some would say underpowered, but both these divisions have very strong air assets and pretty strong infantry as well.
I think 7th Panzer has the cost efficiency for this map, which is pretty important because it's a pretty big map. And then its main battle tanks still can do well. The issue of it is a bit the lack of ATGMs lately, or the efficient ATGMs at least, as your BMP-1, you still get them for 30 points, but they only have a Maljutica M, which unfortunately for them is not a great ATGM. But First UK has the better high-end tanks, obviously, and has the better for deployment, but cost efficiency wise it will lag a bit behind in the mid game potentially, and might struggle to really keep the whole front engaged. So I like the whole spread out setup here from Vanveld at the beginning. Madred here on the left side with some scouts coming around. And also guys, one more before we jump in, check out the Fantasy League. We have a good couple of teams by now in. If you feel like you want to have a bit more stakes in the game with these players playing, and you have some favorites, pick them in your Fantasy League team. You have 350 points to spend. You see the prices of each player here. You have to have at least 5 players in your team, maximum of 9. So get your team together, message me via Discord with your team, and then let us know. And then also, there is a prize pool for these tournaments as always, sponsored through the community and through Match Arena, with free money being added for each claimed code. We already have 14 claimed, 36 still to go. Still a long time to go, guys. So yeah, let's focus on the action here instead for now, as we have First UK versus 7th Panzer right into the hot action. And what do you think about the openers here?
So I'm looking at the openers, and both of them seem to be very, let's say, diligent, careful, investing heavily into defensive units such as scouts, recon units, and Milan 2s from the western side. And on the eastern side, we're seeing both a large amount of anti-air, mobile Strela 1 anti-air, as well as the motorized units, the infantry units coming in on the BMP-1s, which means that they are not trying to take any positions here in the opener. The Gazelle ones are making contact with some of the East German recon units, but otherwise doesn't really seem like there's going to be that much action. The Paramilan too, the forward deployment Milan helping with the scouts, is taking a shot and missing against the East Germans on the southern open point. What is this called? The Zulu.
14.5mm actually beating the Gazelle rockets there. The Aufklärers did go down, but the UATs did shoot down one, was close to shooting down the second one when the MiG-23 came in, and this MiG-23 actually wasted, because the UATs would have done it on its own, and the MiG-23 dying to a tracked rope here, a pretty expensive loss for the right at the beginning. They're losing a valuable fighter, especially against British, which have some of the best close air support units in the game.
Yeah, I personally like to play the first UK kind of aggro. I open up with the Terriers Para and the Para Milans, and immediately after the first minute, I buy 2 Harriers. Those are 50 point, very strong bombers that are quite slow. But in the opener, when the enemy hasn't got their AA net up, they can get some very key kills. But we are seeing Medred follow up the Scouts Para Milan, kind of taking the safe positions and supporting this chieftain. Chieftain Mark 11s are very slow. They're 45 points. But they do have a pretty decent gun. Unfortunately, not enough armor to deal with the Conquerors that is currently opening up in it. The track rapiers here on the on Medred side are pretty far back, and 7th Panzer is known for its very deadly and very numerous anti-tank planes. The Su-22s, ground attack planes, are both fast, reliable, and available at like 6 maximum. So the track rapiers being anywhere except as close as possible will keep the slow British tanks immensely vulnerable to air micro. We're seeing a Jaguar excellent dive bomber coming in, but not finding a target and almost flying over the East German air defenses.
Ooh, coming in for a T-55. Can it find the kill? Yes, it can. Trella's not the greatest against planes, pretty reliable against helicopters, but especially the Strela 1, yeah, pretty mediocre accuracy, really terrible range as well, so it's getting 2 hits onto a Jaguar, not that high of a possibility, whilst the Jaguar there getting a kill onto an important CV early on. Tank-wise, we still are pretty low on both sides, 2 challengers on the side of Medred, one of them already damaged, but the Chinook will try to fix that in a second. But on the other side, we only just saw the first T-72 enter the battlefield, and outside of that, a lot of mech infantry all around the place.
Yeah, the want to play this defensively from the both sides and to build up into some kind of a mid game attack seems to be kind of the vibe here. These mortars are going. Unfortunately, one of the track rapier actually did push further up and is getting followed up by 2 81mm mortars. Most likely, Medred is going to want to try to smoke up the Conquerors and smoke up the Conqueror, smoke up anything else that his forces can see, and then push it, but with something, with the 2 chieftains, including the chieftain leader. Frankly, I don't think the chieftain leader will be able to, the chieftains will be able to deal with this. But as I say, Milan 2 taking a very nice shot against the vetted up T-72, immediately making it kind of combat ineffective and requiring it to retreat. So this is opening up this, including the 2 warrior appliques with armored rifles that are coming up here on the middle build up of the British. Seems to be some kind of an attack. I think Echo is probably the more likely position to take here, where the ATGMs covering the Zulu point on the south is way more difficult. But we gotta kind of have to see whether Medred has had enough recon and has been paying enough attention to note the point, because the SAS patrol are almost at the Echo point, and the SAS patrol with good enough control can just basically take this position on their own right now.
We see more warrior appliques coming in. These are the pretty scary warriors, as they have the Milan 2, and they also have a decent armor with 4 on the side and 4 on the front, so they can survive some light ATGMs like the Malyutka or a Fagot as well. Conqueror still one-shot them, but they are pretty scary, especially because of the Milan 2, which deals heavy damage to T-55s and T-72s. The mortars, together with the chieftains, killing off a Motschützen here in the south. The chieftains having a bit of a dance here with the Conquerors, will still get hit, and we have the first artillery piece here on the side of Vandal, and Vandal really wants to play this game with artillery, with the Felt Depot, the FSP here already online for the long game, to get as much usage out of those extra 16,000 supply that they have on the battlefield here.
Yeah, it's a 122 millimeter, so we would probably know it as a Gvozdika, and it is firing on a pretty close to max range here. So it didn't get any kills in the counter battery against these mortars, but the mortars are already running. The 81 millimeter mortars, what do you think about them, Protoss? You very rarely see these things, and
They
generally
are
only in smoke rolls.
exactly. They are not the greatest when it comes to killing. They can still be annoying now, especially with the accuracy being a bit increased against infantry and ATGM positions. But the biggest usage for them is that they are a really cheap unit and they can lay smoke. 35-point units that can just drop a good amount of smoke for you, and that's what you will see them for the most. And I think in the current spot where they're at, they are in a pretty good position to help out, to put lines of sight into your favor. Like, smoke is the most efficient way of modifying the line of sights on the battlefield and allowing you to get numerical advantages in positions where you actually shouldn't. And here we have a big push now towards Point Echo. Thanks to the SAS patrol, Madred has perfect vision on all of that there. And there we see the Warrior League already hitting hard. Milan 2 got a good amount of damage on the T-55. First one goes down, but the second one tries to finish the job here. Armored rifles coming in right over the edge now as well. The leader tank T-55 falls again. T-72 will most likely avenge its brethren there, but still another expensive leader unit here killed off in Echo.
Yeah, so the BRM-1, the Aufklärerpanzer, actually was blocked from having line of sight on those two armored rifles moving up. So the armored rifles were able to take these positions like basically for free. And even losing the Warrior Appliques, this needs to be a position for Medred to start exploiting. Medred is, instead of using the smokes in the mortars in a smoke capacity, is targeting the mortar shoots in the building, which I think is a bit wasted. But the armored rifles are firing their low anti-tank weapons against the T-72, and the T-72 is currently has lost cohesion. There are free warrior appliques. There are tanks. The reinforcements need to be. This is the position. This is the situation where a player can exploit the gaining some free real estate, and it needs and getting a good engagement, and something needs to be done. Otherwise, I think the seventh Panzer Division will be just able to get the tactical control of Echo back. Currently, there is literally a single Motorschützen out there. Something needs to be done. The SAS patrol could go and spot and kill it. But yes.
Yeah, we have some Spezialaufklärers sitting in the south. Chieftain there is spotted. We have an M109 now on Madred's side as well, so artillery on both sides now, and next to the mortars. And the T-72 slowly trying to disengage. New Motschützen coming in to try to deal with the armored rifles, and we have Vandal finally pushing up in the north. And there is not super much there to stop these Motschützen. The numbers here for Madred quite good. 4 Motschützen assisted by 5 BMP-1s. Actually, another Panzerjäger moving south. We have a Spezialaufklärer and the Conquerors in a absolutely commanding position quite far north to block any kind of shenanigans trying to pass by. And I think Vandal really needs to use that advantage in the town to put up some pressure here against Madred, as Madred is under the push in the south here.
Yeah, so the scouts and the scouts low 80s, the British scout units are actually very good when it comes to 4-man recon squads, considering they have both AT weapons and a light support weapon, a 5.56 machine gun. So if these Motorschützen take bad engagements, if they start attacking these fortified scouts when they are themselves not in cover, they could probably be the push could be slowed down, and of course the SAS patrol can sniper rifle them till eternity. It seems like the artillery concentration against the Motorschützen is actually doing work, almost getting possibly even getting a kill here. In Warno, newer players are generally careful. They like to build up. They like to see how the game is going before they really start playing it. You know, aggro openers are for people who are confident and who have a plan. And newer players generally don't have that capacity yet. This is of course a Division 4 game, but even here we're seeing the game sense from Medred seems to be realizing that the armored rifle push was the key here. And even though the reaction has been slow, the reaction has been slow on both sides. And currently, the Medred just seems to have more forces here.
Yeah, Matt right now trying to mortar more Mordschützen in the north. We have the Mordschützen versus SAS patrol engagement in the north. There are Milans with all these scout units, so the BMP-1s don't have an easy way in. Maybe some artillery support there could help out for Vandal, though that artillery currently busy trying to counter battery. Got one kill onto a mortar team, a second mortar team just barely got away with its life there. And yeah, the situation in itself, I still like it more for Medred, because Medred has is a lot closer to the enemy's points here, has a good kill there with the Jaguar in the north as well, and has a bit better scouting around the place as well, as the only recon unit here for Vandal is the BRM-1, and that one is pushed back by the ATGMs, so the vision here not great for Vandal, but they also have some things going on, like that Mordschützen Superfinder itself, that is currently trying to get behind the Chieftain. Chieftain position is known by the Spezialaufklärers. If that Mordschütze could get behind it... Oh no, it goes into the open for a second. Chieftain does see it. Okay, yeah, they have to be careful there. They don't want to just A-click that. They should go through the forest. They don't do that right now. Through the open, the Chieftain will be able to beat them back. Especially as the MiG-23 does get smoked off. Mordschützen could have sneaked upon it. A bit of a misplay there by Vandal. Mordschützen should be able to get away into the forest though. We have a Conquerors coming up on the side as well. BMP-1 moving around too. Meanwhile, M109 might be able to kill the BRM-1. And yeah, the game slowly but surely builds up on both sides here.
Yeah, the mistake here was having the engagement rules, the infantry movement to be short instead of cover. This meant that if the infantry movement engagement rules would have been put to cover, is it gonna side shot?
And Conquerors gets the side shot. Challenger bites the dust.
Yes, but if you put your engagement rules from the gameplay options, if you have your on-foot pathfighting be via cover, that means that your troops will always walk without revealing themselves. Very important. Currently, Chieftain Leader finally getting into Echo with basically only the BMP-1 trying to stop it here. The Motorschützen are not in a fighting position, and the T-72 is slightly... Wait, no. It shows that the T-72 could actually shoot.
Oh yeah, it just came out, but it was out of range. That was the issue for the T-72.
Oh,
it just got into range now. The first shot of the Chieftain, fortunately for the T-72, was a miss. Second one a miss as well, as otherwise the T-72 would have been side-shotted there. MiG-23 here coming in against the Tornado. That's going way too deep. And it's also not a 1v1 matchup that the MiG-23 should take, as the Tornado is the more high-quality jet there. And it gets the kill there, thanks to a tractor appears in the bottom as well. Chieftain Commander does survive, but the T-72 at least able to push it out. So that MiG-23 is the second one already going down. Air cover here starts to become a bit more of a problem for our player in red here. Hind helicopter gets shot down by the Tornado as well. And only Strela 1s here at the moment. No cubes on the battlefield yet, so no long-range AA that can reliably shoot down these bombing planes, and that might be an issue.
Yeah, this could, if of course, first UK is after the Lathans popularized it to be a kind of an air spam division. People have known in the competitive scene that people who play first UK generally want to play with a lot of air. This is
Ooh.
obviously not necessarily an information that that lower level players have. So I think this might be a bad moment for the seventh. The no name wanting to or Vandal wanting to constantly invest into these MIGs. And even though the MIGs are pretty cheap and somewhat expendable, the MIGs are going to be fighting in an area with multiple track rapiers or shooting at them against
Oh,
better
Tractor
planes.
Pierce getting another kill here. Hunting down Gazelle Rockets, that's a newer player mistake as well. These helicopters are 20 points. Even if you kill them, they are not worth it. And to risk your plane for them. You never should risk a plane for a Gazelle Rocket. And if you kill it and lose your plane, it's a super bad trade. If you don't kill them and lose your plane, it's obviously a horrible trade. But yeah, never risk yourself for a 20-point unit with a 200-point unit. It's not worth it. And yeah, we see another MiG-23 going down. That's the third MiG-23. Those really start to run low here, and still no long-range AA. T-72 got side-shotted by the Chieftain in the middle when it tried to go to the other side of the map, and the situation here currently not great for the 7th Panzer. Artillery is starting to hit the BRM once more here. No Arm 70 on the battlefield, no tanks. The infantry push in the north stopped by air as well. And first UK really showing their strength of having solid armor and then just having really strong air support together with decent recon and forward deploy in this
Yeah,
form.
and up north, Medred saw the attempted push through the town and fortified with multiple warrior appliques and armored rifles. So nothing's getting through up top without a significant fight right now. My kind of golden rule for Warno is very simple. It is take preferential fights and don't take non-preferential fights. Don't take the fights where your enemy wants to fight. Take the fights where you are basically overpowered, where you have the fire support. And we've been seeing Medred exploit this the slowness of this game by bringing out these slow chieftain tanks, these slow but heavily armored tanks, put up a significant kind of amount of recon all around the place, even using the mortars to target single infantry squads. Yeah, the game is going slow, but every time somebody is fighting, Medred is kind of setting up the board and making up the rules there, you know?
Yes, Medred slowly but surely pushing forward here, has the +2, really using a good amount of recon around this place as well to always have good intel. The scouts in the south in a good spot, the SAS patrol in a fantastic spot, always knowing when a new T-55 on T-72 comes in, able to adjust to that. We by now have Aufklärers on the other side as well, so Vandal not as blind as they had been before there, but not really having the forces around to punish chieftains here. We saw another plane trying to come in, but the tractor appears here today really on a perfect hit day. They don't seem to miss at all. I mean, they are pretty high accuracy, but even for that, they start to hit really, really well here. And
Yeah, one of them gained a level already.
yeah, they have killed up a couple of planes here, and they start to level up by doing damage. And planes obviously high value units, so you level up quite quickly if you start to kill them off.
Yeah, here we can see the 7th Panzer attempt a southern kind of a hook attack to the X-ray point, but the X-ray is protected by a Paramilan and a scout as well, and it also has a recon helicopter, and we can see that Vandal has no reconnaissance ability here, aside from the Spezialaufklärer, who is has not moved forward. So even before this sneak attack could happen, warrior applique squad, or should I say platoon maybe, has moved into challenges, and the British scouts have spotted Oh wait, no, there is a special of Clara. It's just in a bad position where it can't really spot anything. So yeah, this is a it's kind of it was a well planned attack, having a kind of a mix of E-class recon and light armor, but unfortunately, without proper fire support, they can't break through these fortified units such as Parmelan twos, and now also with the warrior uplings that are completely superior to the BMP ones. And so maybe if there had been a save up of maybe two T-72s to go out there, and instead of moving the whole formation at once, moving only the recon squad, finding out where the enemy is, and then moving with all the rest of the troops. Now the Gazelles, as well as the mortars, can kind of have their fun here.
Yeah, the issue here for Vandal has been that every move out that was going forward lacked the amount of fire support necessary. Mad Red so far having better pushes with fire support, whilst there hasn't been enough artillery support, air support not really possible here for Vandal as the AA, both in planes and ground AA, a bit too strong here on Mad Red's side. That's what Vandal has tried a couple of times, but it has failed every time they tried it. And outside of that, BMP ones are nice as a defensive unit, as a light support unit, but they aren't really the fire support that allows you to achieve a breakthrough. And without T-72s, without ARM-70 multiple rocket launchers or bombardments, breaking a position is quite tough. Against Milan 2s and so on, you need something to suppress and at best kill them, like ARM-70 or a couple of T-72s firing quickly on them to be able to break through. Otherwise, you will just lose too many units pushing. And that's what we see here now in the middle. Once more, T-55 tries to get into the zone, but it doesn't have any support, and we have a warrior, a Bleak, and a chieftain there just killing it off even before it can enter. And yeah, Vandal here in a bit of a tough spot.
Yeah, so another unit that could have maybe been used better down south is the Mi-24D, the defensive helicopter in the middle currently. We, of course, know that there is no AA down here and from the British side, so the Mi-24D could have gotten a few kills and then run off behind its anti-air units before the tornadoes could have caught it up. The AA unit, and that is actually happening with a different tornado. But the Cube that is here to defend the Mi-24 has been routed to move into the fighting range of the scouts. Oh no, no, this is scandalous. This is
Oh
horrid.
no, yeah, the coup in a tough spot goes down to the scouts. A really, really bad moment there for the coup. I guess at the time the coup was brought in, Vandal thought that all that spot would be under control. The scouts haven't been seen beforehand. Good positioning with that scout, good positioning in general with recon by Madred here. The other scouts in a really, really strong position as well, allowing another BMP-1 to be killed. And the Hind here going a bit too deep as well, being focused on the Challenger, but flying over the Warrior and flying directly into the Tornado that, now that the coup is down, can intercept without any problems. And the traits here just getting worse and worse for Vandal here in game number 1.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious that this Spezialaufklärer that was defending here should have moved up first. You should always advance with your recon. This is the saying in the army when I was in, is to say that the company attacks with the recon. The recon always goes first. The recon tells you what the status on the battlefield is, so all the other units can move according to what the recon tells them. There we saw that moving out all of the troops, even if you have a superior amount of troops, moving out all of the troops without recon just makes them sitting ducks, and especially playing against something like First UK, where you have such a cornucopia of excellent bombers, that's a dangerous situation. And yeah, we're seeing a 4-to-1 kill death ratio with I don't think a single chieftain was taken out. The slow and reasonably lightly armored tanks managed to survive and only take engagements where they could always run away when needed.
Yeah, Matt Red here with a good game plan. Vandal trying a bit trying to play a bit too heavily with air, but it's not having the setup to really assist it. No coops on the ground, and the fighter engagements weren't great. And then because of that investment into air, because of the investment into a FSP, not having the numbers of tanks that you could need with 7th, and 7th is a division that if it goes right, it can punch through hard. Even then, it might not have the best KD, but if it goes wrong, it often ends up with a pretty bad KD because it doesn't have any long range weapons with a lot of power. The best ATGM you get is a Conquerors. You don't have any long range tanks, so you have to get somewhat close to fight. And if the enemy has more, they're just gonna destroy you there. And that's unfortunately what happened here in game number 1 to Vandal. But don't you worry, guys. He will have another shot on this game. It's game number 1. Let's see what Wendell can do in game 2. Short break, guys. Then we're gonna be back with map number 2. Thanks for the follow, Ultramaniac and Ralph Mix 1997 and Criphilia 86 and Big Garth fan earlier. It's nice to see so many new faces already with the first game. Hope you all having a good time. Yeah, guys, if any of you have maybe some Twitch Primes laying around and you haven't used them yet this month, maybe leave them here.
And hello, everybody, to the Vandal versus Medred game 2 of WARNO League Division 4. And starting out here, we are seeing a fan favorite or a ladder favorite, if anything, the 11E, the French parachutist division, being played by Vandal here, trying to avenge the passivity of the game 1 with the relentless and seamless aggression of the airborne. And 11E, currently very powerful division, absolutely not unbeatable, but absolutely also extremely annoying to play against. Has extremely strong infantry openers, very high veterancy, so their infantry can, especially on like long ranges where veterancy matters more, the infantry can just like defeat other infantry units if the enemy doesn't micro against them or doesn't use assets such as aircraft or tanks or bombers or whatever to deal with them. They also have Mistrals, which are, I believe, the best handheld surface-to-air weapon, and they have a large amount of anti-tank weaponry on this on the side of the map where they get all of these very good towers where they can position this anti-tank weaponry to hit their enemies on the long range. Despite this, I am seeing. I think this could even be a slightly more aggressive infantry opener. Taking the X-ray on the middle is one thing, of course, but down south with Papa and Alpha, I think the Paramarine could probably just go and deploy on Alpha to try to take those buildings with a little bit of audacity, because even if the enemy recon is out there, Paramarine can deal with enemy recon easily.
Well, we have on the other side, when we had pretty close divisions last time, this time around we have two relatively different divisions. So 6 Moto is the division of choice here this time for Medred, and it comes in right at the beginning here with some Luftsturmjägers, some elite East German paratroopers with training with helicopters here, and they have a Mi-8 rocket that could be dangerous if the Apilas, the Mistrals don't find their target. And there is special infantry in the recon tab as well. The Spätzgruppe are quite good and they should arrive in the buildings earlier, so pushing them might not be as easy as they are special forces, and they are also trained for close quarter combats. They have TNT, they have Scorpion SMGs, so pushing right into them might not work out super well. Yeah, 6 division, a bit slower. It has obviously the E64 as the only division in the game at the moment, which is a pretty heavy Soviet tank. It has a fantastic AA setup with Tunguska's and the Buk ATGM, and then it also has some really strong artillery with the Hyacinth artillery pieces that have autoloaders, and with that an insane rate of fire and can be really deadly. So this game a lot about its support equipment, but the infantry has some nice stuff with the Luftsturmjägers. Outside of that is a lot about normal Motorstrelkis and Modschützen. Nothing fancy there. But yeah, the support is what makes that division special.
Oh, but Protoss, the Mistral was put in the wrong position. These silos are preventing the Mistral from shooting down or firing at the Mi-8 rocket. So the Luftsturmjäger were allowed to take this building here for free, and maybe even fire some rockets. Yeah, take out some French infantry before the French realize that their AA is not up. Yeah, and yeah, the Spetsgruppe are, but the Spetsgruppe are don't have airborne deployment. They have the recon deployment. That was what I was thinking myself. Tunguska taking out a Mirage 2000, which is one of the better fighter that the French get. And even though the X-ray point is solidly under 11E control, this is by far from a perfect opener for an airborne division. On the 6th Moto side, we have a Sklavsnabzhenia, the FOB, the forward supply point, and this oh man, an Uragan is being brought out immediately. So this is so Medred is not playing around here. And the Sklavsnabzhenia is 175 points, which means that it takes away a pretty big chunk of your opener, but that doesn't really matter if the enemy doesn't exploit this. If the fighting doesn't start immediately, if there is not a push, that means that the points hit taken by the Sklavsnabzhenia will be balanced out, and that's seems to be what is happening here. Also, a pretty strong investment of 4 units, including a sniper SAS and a paramarine. up top to defend Oscar from 11E side. If you have such a large investment somewhere as an airborne, you would like that to be a bit more audacious, maybe take a bit more real estate. There are some buildings in the kind of land bridge area from X-ray where the paratroopers could have probably reached. But outside of that, we're seeing the first pushes actually come from Medred side. The Motto-Aufklärer moving up to spot the Paramarine. The Paramarine being highly vetted up squads, and the fight being happening on max range means that the Motto-Aufklärer are being turned into Swiss cheese pretty fast.
Yeah, we have the Eurogun moving actually a bit too far forward, as it has a relatively high minimum range, so it might struggle to actually shoot. We have a ping of Medred into the Milan 1 and the Sniper SAS in the north, so they know about that position. They will most likely try to take it out. MiG-21 here coming in, eating a Mistral missile, so will have to get out, but it got its rockets off, dealing good damage to the Para-Milan in the south, Para-Marine in the south, stopping them from bullying the Mod-Aufklärer completely. Mod-Aufklärer currently trying to disengage, and yeah, it's a +2 situation currently for Vandal, which is not terrible, but more might be necessary if you want to have a shot at finishing this game with 2,000 points advantage before the enemy starts to push you back. We have a T-64 coming around. On the other side, more infantry coming in. No artillery. Planes instead here. And we have a Jaguar AT. But using planes against the setup of Medred is hard. You kind of need seat to get through there.
Ooh.
Good kill on the BMP-1 at least, but the BMP-1 not the most valuable units, and the Buk coming in with another missile, and it gets the kill onto the Jaguar AT, making that a bad trade here once more for Vandal. Losing a plane like that is painful, and yeah, the Buk does that pretty reliably. It's a fantastic AA piece here on the edge of the forest.
Yeah, looking at Vandal's deployment up in the X-ray, we can see that even though there is a +2 and already almost a 500-point advantage, the unit positioning up in the middle is not perfect. These infantry units should be on the west side or the left side of buildings, trying to look into reinforcement routes, look into the areas where the opponent will be moving into the zone, and not just necessarily be inside the zone. I think this is partly a reaction to the fact that the Mi-8 rocket was originally able to do some damage. So now his Vandal is too scared to move the units around to position them more effectively. Even despite the +2 tick here, I'd say that this is a position, in my opinion, where Vandal should be trying to push somewhere, allowing the 6th slowly deploying armored and motor mechanized and artillery dependent Soviet division to just build up for free, not demanding any attention, not demanding any reinforcements, not getting any good trades or engagements. Really is just kind of digging his own grave here. The airborne sickness, as I call it, which is the lower rank players taking defensive positions with a forward deployment opener and then trying to defend for the rest of the game. This is seems very logical if you just want to defend, and defending is of course way more easier than attacking. So people want to defend, but when you are but you have to understand divisional scaling. Certain divisions scale better in the late game, and allowing them, as we're seeing here, 7, soon to be 10 minutes of free build-up, including a Hyacinth and a Uragan and like Buks, Tunguskas. All of these expensive units are on board. Sooner or later, when the engagements happen, one of the players is just going to have better stuff.
Well, we see a Jaguar cluster hitting the north, but they don't deal any massive damage against infantry. They do a bit of damage against infantry, but they're mostly anti-tank. It seems like Vandal doesn't quite know that. I might have, yeah, we'll point that out to the player after this game. That's Division 4, guys. These players are still a bit newer to the game, so yeah, we have to be a bit more lenient with them. They are here to learn the game. They are here to get good. Otherwise, they would be in Division 1 if they already would be up there on the highest level. But yeah, airborne divisions, what we saw here from Vandal, I think, is the more classic part. Like, I don't think Vandal wanted to be passive. The activity that Vandal tried to get out of airborne is in the air, though. And that doesn't work against 6. So you have to find a different way, and that's not easy with 11th, because 11th doesn't have any tanks, 11th doesn't have any great artillery, like no Nonnas, no uh, MLRS, like the Gruts that you get in 35th Air Assault in that deck. And its air is a bit more vulnerable than 82nd Airborne's as well, so it's a bit hard to play if your air gets shut down, and I understand why they are playing so defensive now. It's still working out to some extent. 800 points here, nearly on the profile. But yeah, playing so heavily into air against Tanguskas and Books is a dangerous thing, and I would like to see some seed at least if you invest that heavily into airplay.
Yeah, the playing against something like the book, which is Russian for tree, by the way, is an extremely high range, 6,000 meter and 55% accuracy at max range, 9 damage anti-aircraft weapon. So the way to counter these, if you're playing something like 11E, is to have multiple planes out at the same time, including a seed plane. The seed plane is there to force the enemy to micro and shut down their heavy anti-air weapons, and then a bomber possibly to target the anti-air after the weapons have been shut off. This is not advanced air micro, but frankly, it is too advanced for me. So I am nobody to criticize others' air game here. But yeah, this is when somebody just seems to have a better deck fit for the situation. I like to call that decking, and we're seeing the 11E get the tactic get decked pretty hard with the multiple coups and I like to point out down south here, Medred is doing actually like an excellent little screening action by having the Motorschützen and BMP1 go out there and take part of the opponent's tree line, just gain a small amount of map control, maybe surprise enemy reinforcements. That is an excellent example of the kind of more flexible and flexible gameplay that you need to have when we're looking at the deployments from 11E. These are all quite tightly packed together, and that's just a very good and juicy target for all of this rocket artillery and all of this
Yeah, the
artillery.
Eurogun just getting an absolute dominant triple kill there in the middle, killing off the CV as well. And once more, we saw a plane coming in and dying off to the Books and the Tunguskas. And we now see some interesting artillery play. I would have liked to see the deployment of the 155s a bit further forward, but they are also in danger of being counter-batteried by the Hyacinth, and the Hyacinth now hitting the Para-Marine here quite hard as well. In general, this map, a map where artillery is quite strong because you have a good couple of choke points where you will have to put a bit more units inside, and artillery hits those really hard. We have the second Hyacinth now entering the battlefield for Madred as well, and Vandal has to be careful here. We see another cluster run, once more against infantry though. That's not how cluster works in this game. There is specific HE cluster, though there's only a couple of those. Most prominent the Metzwerkwaffe, but outside of that, cluster does mostly damage against tanks. They have a slight damage against infantry, and they do stress them out completely, so in a pinch you can still use them there, but you shouldn't use them primarily against infantry units.
Yeah, the and sending out the planes after losing so many of the planes, sending out the planes one by one, it's just it just seems like seems like a bit of a waste. You need to whenever you're playing Warno, your enemy will likely have some kind of a plan. They will likely have some kind of a unit composition that they like to play. And the way to deal with that is to not always play your own comfort tactics, to not necessarily try to always play the game that you are comfortable with, but to find out what is the game that the opponent is not comfortable with, what is the thing that they don't want me to do. And of course, this is you will develop the knowledge of divisions and maps after you play. You literally cannot have this knowledge without playing. So it obviously people will always be pretty bad about this at the start. But knowing that, well, in this meta, people play six because six has these hyacinths, and these hyacinths have a salvo length of six. And if they're allowed to get a Sklaznabzenia, those things are going to have infinite ammo. And that, as an 11E player, tells you, well, I need to go hard and fast at the start, and I cannot try to turtle too much, because otherwise I'm going to be in, well, this situation, this specific situation.
Well, the situation is still not completely desperate though, as there's 1000 point advantage now. There is still a lot of time remaining, but 1000 points is a decent one. We already saw the first snipe on an enemy CV, and the play that Vandal maybe should go for now is really trying to deny X-Ray as much as possible, trying to get a couple more AA pieces up. Artillery usage already pretty decent, got some snipes in the south. A bit more ATGM play here could be helpful. And we see now a napalm plane coming around though, that's not really hitting anything of value there. And we'll have to run away once more. Book at least not able to get on top of it. Yeah, the plane play is maybe a bit too much here, too focused down on, yes, I'm in the Airborne Division, I have to play that. The ERC 90 Sagais could have been used a bit more actively early in the south instead of a couple more planes, I believe. But for now, it's still 0 points for Madred, 1000 points for Vandal. So Vandal should be playing for that win condition now. By either contesting the south hard enough that capture of the middle doesn't matter, or by just trying to snipe any CV that tries to get into the middle and focus fire onto that. Killing off CVs is an absolutely viable win condition. We saw that yesterday with Vertex versus Bottom Feeder, but another Jaguar cluster here biting the dust against the just way too strong AA here. Vandal once more sending in planes into their death, and it's really tough to use planes on their own without seed against the long-range AA of the Soviets. They are all radar guided, so you always should have seed against long-range Soviet AA if you have them in your deck. As in League, you know what opponent you're playing against, so you should adjust your deck to be able to deal with them with some seed action.
Yeah, the dealing with this the singular T80B from Medred seems to be just the main problem here. The Moto Outlier are spotting for it, and the T80BV, as long as it's microed to stay away from the Apilas range, there's not a lot that can actually deal with it. A napalm plane and a cluster plane were sent against it, and the cluster plane, at least the napalm plane, dropped its bombs. I don't know about if it survived, but yeah, this kind of going on and kind of getting tunnel visioned about, well, I am just going to send a plane against this T80B now. That's not a good idea. You should be more careful, and you should use all of the planes at the same time if you want to use them at all, along with seed. Because otherwise, every time your plane is going out there, every single enemy AA has already reloaded. So if you send them one by one, you are maximizing the chance that the enemy gets a hit.
Hyacinth now trying to hunt down enemy Milan
Now a
positions.
Gazelle Hot moving in to do the job, but the Gazelle Hot getting fire from this creeping Motoshotsen squad, actually probably gonna be shot down unless it gets microed here.
Yeah, it's trying to dodge away further and further. Motschützen keeping up damage. They don't deal super much damage, so the Hot actually might be able to creep away. We have a Gazelle Cannon and the Para for Milan in the south to stop any
Hyacinths
units.
firing at a Paramilan too, and after this Paramilan, there is a single Milan 2 left now, and the build-up of tanks from the Soviet side seems to be strong enough that the middle could maybe just be broken with a couple of with the Uragan is firing at the southern spot of Vandal, going right in here with the tightly packed troops.
Yeah, really, really strong artillery play. And that's
Protoss,
what
Raga,
is the power of
are you there?
6 for sure. The artillery tab of the division, potentially the strongest in the game right now.
Uragan destroying the paraleader, taking the group Antishar down to one, destroying the group Antishar as well. So there aren't that many troops from Medred to exploit the southern artillery strike, but more reinforcements are coming, and a single Pulamacheki is already moving up to make contact. After the Pulamacheki has made contact, it doesn't really matter that much if it's gonna survive, because the damage is going to be done by the T-80 and all the other fire support units. That's generally the way that you want to play when you have a mechanized or armored force. Infantry makes contact, and the tanks and the IFVs do the killing. That way, divisions with very mediocre infantry, such as the 24th, can actually be very powerful, because the infantry being bad is actually a selling point, because that way it is not expensive and you can afford to trade it away against your enemy's more expensive infantry.
We have now 105mm artillery, 4 of them on the map, and they should be focused on trying to snipe CVs now. And then we would need to find a way here for Vandal to get back in, as Madrat is now on a +2. That will still take a good while to catch up to the 1000 points. It's only 80 points per minute, so it's still gonna take a good part of 12 minutes here to fully catch up to the 1000 points that Vandal has gotten, but there's still 19 minutes remaining, so Vandal will need to stop the tick at least for a couple more minutes here, and for that, killing off the CV would be the first step, but the T-64 wisely here being pulled back by Madrat, and Madrat playing a really solid game here, moving the Uragan around, bringing in once more BMPs, and in general, Madrat in both games here so far with quite the solid game plan and a solid slow gameplay, not taking many risks, always slow pushing, but always finding a way of getting the better out of an engagement. And Vandal so far not able to throw a curveball there. The Coops and Tunguzkas really doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, Protoss, if you can hear you, I can't hear you. I can only hear you on the stream.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Let me... let me check. I have no idea what's going on with Discord here. Okay, yeah, now
I can hear you now. Yeah. So that's that was I think you when somebody told you to put your voice up, I'm sorry if I talked over you. I just thought that you vanished for a second. But considering the positives here from Vandal's side is that the artillery gameplay has actually been pretty all right. These 105mm howitzers have been getting a lot of damage done that I personally didn't really realize that these low range, low caliber guns could do. But meanwhile, this kind of a slow and creeping advance down south from Medred is really showing how the unit positioning can actually just get you these good engagements. Having these infantry units spread out, as you can see, Medred has spread out all of these troops, means that whenever an infantry unit makes contact with the enemy, the tanks on max range can move and participate in the fight. That way, instead of having infantry units, which are short-range units, fortify all around the maps, you have infantry units kind of dupe and singular infantry units go around making contact. And after contact has been made, the Hyacinths and the Uragans and the T-80s and T-64s can actually start doing the damage. That is the way to deal with airborne in the late game. You don't want to try to grind down airborne, especially not French airborne infantry, with your own infantry. You should, as I said earlier, take the fights that are preferential to you. And finally, as we see Medred realize that the heavily fortified elite infantry is in a bad position, now Medred pushes.
Yeah, but there was a time here where there was quite a couple of losses on Medred's side for the infantry. The Paramilan did hold out quite decently. The BMP-1s now finally have caught up in the south though, trying to deal more damage, and the artillery fights here still being really painful. Uragan trying to counter battery the 105mm. Good movement there though by Vandal, at least keeping the artillery busy, moving after each shot, dodging the Uragan fight there. And the Uragan shots will take a good while to reload. Also might be able to make the FSP, the forward supply point here, run out of ammo eventually, though it still has 13,000 remaining for now, so that is still far in the future, and with only 15 minutes remaining, most likely somewhat unlikely. Yeah, the big question is, can Vandal maybe overwhelm the south with good artillery play and some good Sagai? The ERC-90 is a good little tool when it comes to dealing with BMP-1s. It has a solid long-range gun with good accuracy and decent damage, but against T-80s it will need more support, and with the amount of air units lost here already, and with the good position of Iglas against all kind of Gazelle HOTS, it will be tough to deal with these T-80s here.
Yeah, this is there is about like what we're talking like 5 to 8 minutes until the Medred gains point superiority here, and even the T-80BV actually getting seriously hurt by the long range howitzers firing at corrected shot. This would be an excellent position to bring out, let's say, 3 bombers to when Vandal actually had vision on both the T-64 as well as the T-80. So Vandal at this point could have brought out the bombers in a swarm, take out some of these key units after they had left cover to start pushing the site, and then fought to get done like an counter-attack with Gazelle HOTS as well as Sagais. But the airplanes were spent earlier. They were fed to the book line, and right now it doesn't seem that that 11E really has the capacity to do those heavily that explosive damage, quickly changing the position on the board. Even though the artillery is good, the artillery can only deal slow damage, which is why artillery is always, not always, but generally just less effective when you're trying to attack, especially when you're trying to attack behind a +2 tick.
Yeah, Mi-8 helicopters here now trying to push forward. The infantry of Medred all has been pushed back, but we have 4 Hyacinth artillery pieces here now in the rear, and they will really make the infantry hurt wherever they can fight them, and they try to find the central position here where the snipers and the Legionnaire Paras are all located, and if that clump can be destroyed here, then Vandal might be in a big amount of trouble, as they are holding the center over there, and they are what might allow Vandal to invest enough into the south to potentially push there again. Some more artillery play needed here to maybe take out the Igla and the Tunguska, or deal damage to the T-64s to allow the ERC's 90s to push, but in general, 11th E maybe not the perfect pick for this map, as it's a map, or if You play them, you need to get into the enemy rear with some movement, either through the southern flank with some helicopters or through the long way in the north with some helicopter transports to get some shenanigans behind the enemy lines. Because in a direct fight, it just doesn't have the survivability to take those fights. Because your ERC with 2 frontal armor is your most heavily armored unit in the game, and 2 frontal armor is not that much.
Yeah, you can send a recon helicopter with a couple of Gazelle cannon and a Gazelle Hot 2 to maybe take out some artillery when your opponent is attacking. So they're going to concentrate on their micro and not realize that you have helicopters and planes killing their expensive artillery. Or you could even do what I like to call the old-fashioned, which is when you take a bunch of smoke mortars or smoke in general and just smoke up an entire area and move behind it.
And
And
that's
actually,
what
we
we
might be
actually
seeing
might
that
see
happen.
here right now. As we have 4 mortars coming up, so we might see exactly that planned for the south. Question is there still enough alive there to make that push? And the Hyacinth changed that maybe right now by hitting 2 of the best infantry squads there really hard. Para Milan, Marine, and Sapur Para there being hit quite heavily. Ulmachiki is once more pushing forward, once more potentially pushing into their own death. That Para Marine up there in the front has already killed off a good couple of them earlier, but the BMP-1 PGs this time getting involved once more, bringing in their AGL in there as well to deal some extra damage, and the Para Marine will be pushed back as well. Eurogun coming in on this as well, and a lot more infantry here falling once more.
Yeah, the Pulamachiki, for anybody listening, do not use them to push their medium machine guns that they have 3 of. You're mostly paying for the medium machine guns, and they can't be fired on the move, and they can't be fired inside buildings. So Pulamachiki, if anywhere possible, you just want to have them do long range fights, and use them on the defense. Having Motoschützen with 2 machine guns that can be fired on the move is an essential part of suppressing the enemy and lowering the enemy's cohesion when you're pushing. And the Paramarine, of course, are elite veterans, so their cohesion is going to stay up anyways. But you do see in practice, even though the machine guns have low accuracy on the move, in practice that stuff does actually matter. So Pulamachikis attacking are just going to be a bad choice generally.
Yes, and the T-64s let themselves talk to a landscape architect, and they now get themselves the landscape that they want for fights, as the whole south now has been flattened by the artillery. It's tank country now, as there's only a couple of buildings left standing, and that also changes the line of sights here. So T-64s here having an even better time onto this battlefield. So Medred should be able to push in there now. T-64 BVK on the way in, and as the points are really starting to close out here now, and with that being a +4 most likely in a second, Medred will overtake from Vandal here in the next couple of minutes, and I don't think Vandal can recover from this. Hyacinth once more hitting the mortars now in the rear, hitting more infantry in some buildings, and there's just not enough maneuverability here left in Medred's forces to really threaten any of the points of the opponent at this point, and this is really starting to close out the game here.
Yeah, I think this has been a perfect example of divisional scaling. The other division has all of these tools to get rid of you when you have fortified infantry in every single nook and cranny, and the 11E is only overpowered when they keep attacking at the start, and not necessarily like keep attacking just blindly at every point, but just the main way to prevent heavier divisions from building up their overpowered heavy units is to keep them under fire. And a MiG cluster actually taking out the swimming ERC leader, which was trying to desperately get into the back line. But yeah, even though there were tools, we're seeing the MI2 urns come out finally from Medred. So even if 11E had managed to get like a breakthrough, get into Lima or whatever, there were responses. There were fast units that could move out there and kill the infantry. But we didn't even see Medred have to resort to those fast response forces because there was nothing to respond to. And this I the doctor is ordering Vandal to play aggro divisions with aggro tactics. There was the positions on X-ray should have been exploited. The opener on down south with Papa and Alpha. The Alpha should have been contested from the very start instead of letting Medred buy out the Uragans and the Hyacinths from the very start. Medred should have been having to buy infantry to retake Alpha.
Here we have more Hyacinths now firing into the south, really showing you the power of artillery in the current patch. If you set them up nicely, they can do a lot of work. And yeah, we see a CV here coming in once more for Vandal, but the 300 points advantage that Medred has by now are enough. We see a couple of sneaky CVs trying to get into rear zones. A Puma PC trying to fly by, but the Yearns are on the hunt, and it most likely is not going to get far, as the Books and the Tunguskas have found it as well. Going to shred it here on the way in, and it's gonna not even quite land in Lima, and that's the moment where Vandal also decides to let it be here at this point, as yeah, the find was okay at the beginning, but it turned south quite quickly as soon as the air engagements did go badly, and then there were no solutions for the AA network of Medred. There was no path into the enemy's rear found, and that's always pretty hard on this map. The map, for sure, one that is stronger for grindier decks than for an 11th power, but I don't think it's unplayable with 11th. You just have to play a bit more to its strength. Being annoying in the rear and bringing the air together with some seed, which the French don't have the best, but they have pretty cheap seed to try to overwhelm the enemy air defenses. Just flying planes in is not the solution.
Yeah, and maybe even getting like opening with what I like to call the commando mortars, singular mortars, whose job it is to smoke and cover the advance of elite infantry pushes from up north in these tight corners. A single mortar could have easily allowed French infantry to get close and force a helicopter buy-in or force some kind of a response from Medred, and that in turn could be something that 11E and Vandal could have countered. But it is the airborne sickness. It is the ability to get those good positions early, and then just turtling those positions for the rest of the game. And I urge all airborne player wannabes, remember to keep attacking after the opener. You're gonna lose otherwise.
Yeah, so first game for both of these players in the league. They are both obviously in the beginners league. Medred for sure playing solid strategies. Obviously, micro on both sides uh, is something that can go up, but that's why they're here for, to learn and practice. And I think Medred still had some good ideas for both games coming in. The base gameplay idea was visible, but obviously execution once it goes south is always something that takes time to learn. And it was also tough for both players here, as they played on Mount River and Hesse, which are currently not in the rank pool. So I'm not sure how familiar they were with the maps, which obviously is another tough part of this. But best of luck to both of them. Next week, we're going to jump into another game. Quick break, guys. Then we're going to be back with the next series. So here we go into a Division 3 series of WARNO League Season 3. So these are experienced players who are still a bit newer to tournament plays though. And yeah, they both are new into the SDL scene here as well. As we have on the left Phoenix, on the right Mangles. And if you want to cheer a bit extra for these players, what you can do is check out the Fantasy League, where you can pick your team of players, like in any other kind of fantasy league system. You have a budget of 350 million, and then they will generate points for you for each map win they get. And at the end, we will obviously reward the best player here, the best team captain, for and yeah, show off who had the best vision with their player picks here. Also, if you want to help out the players, earning a bit of money here for their actions, focused mostly around the top echelon, but if we get a bit higher in crowdfunding, the lower league winners will get a bit of it as well. You can check out the Matcherino, and you even can contribute some money completely for free by clicking the claim code button over here, and that adds the money completely free. And yeah, let's get into the action here. We have on the right side 6 Motostrelki, on the left side 27 for Phoenix, and we have a big air storm here already coming in for the Mangles, with 6 here coming in with a Luftsturmjäger rush against MiG-23s in the air versus MiG-31s. MiG-31 gets a missile in, pushes the MiG-23 back, and the Strella's not quick enough there to get in, so the Luftsturmjägers get their rush in. What do you think about that opener here, Chloride?
Yeah, so the very aggressive MI8 drops are one of the main weapons in the 6th arsenal, and the Luftsturmjägers are already in here. In this case, it's basically kind of a compensation for forward deployment infantry, which 27th doesn't have, aside from the Spetsnazvedka, which are a more of a specialized recon unit and not really an assault unit. The Luftsturmjäger Metis getting a nice hit on a BMP3 here, and a bunch of investments coming from the Mangles, including a book to go up north into the town that Phoenix is not in any way currently threatening, outside of holding these very expensive Spetsnazvedka in kind of guard duty. But yeah, immediately we saw one of my favorite compositions, which is the 27th Motos kill team. This is a single T80 and 2 BMP3s, and covered by some kind of tracked AA weapons. This is a very powerful squad because the T80, in this case a leader, can of course tank up most hits, especially in the early game, and the BMP3s have amazing fast movement as well as heavy weaponry against infantry and fortified targets. Even though one of the BMP3s got hit, it survived due to its heavy 5 frontal armor, and now the BMPs are already moving in and taking the maximum amount of time shooting at these intruders from the 6th Motostrelki. The BMPs targeting a Conquerors and getting it immediately down. Next thing they're going to go after are the Sapri RPOs. The BMP3 is currently one of the kings of ranked, one of the strongest units in the game for this exact reason. If they're not countered, and if they are allowed to shoot at safe ranges against enemy infantry, even 2 of them has such massive amount of firepower that currently the Mangles is ordering a cluster plane as well as a tank to go against them. But even if they take these expensive 90-point BMPs out, that's already a massive amount of, and they do get taken out. This is already a massive amount of tempo for Phoenix.
Strela nearly with the double kill there. And yeah, that's the risk with these air openers. The helicopters are pretty expensive transports. They are now all sold, so they paid back all but one that got shut down. So the Mangles actually had a big upscale in points once more when the helicopters made back, but they reduced the active amount of forces that you have directly on the front line at the beginning of the game by a good amount, as they don't fight themselves, and they cost you quite a bit. And if the position that you gain with that helicopter opener uh, isn't strong enough, and the position wasn't strong enough, the enemy with more combat forces can overwhelm you, and that's what happened here with the Saparis, Spets, Redredka, and the BMP3s, just clearing up the infantry here in the south. So Mangold's at least able to stabilize the south here now with the reinforcements bought from the points that were regained by selling the helicopters. We have a big air play now in the north here by Phoenix. Interesting play into the Book. AT plane versus Book is a really risky endeavor. It did miss both missiles, but the Book didn't get the kill either. At least not yet.
Oh,
I caster cursed that Su-17. I'm sorry for the pilot of the Su-17. That was on me. Caster cursing it there really heavily and getting it shut down on max range. And yeah, that's why you don't fly straight into the best AA in the game.
yeah. I mean, that was a dice roll. 27th has a very limited air tab, so losing even that he just lost half of the AT planes in his deck, and could have also lost half of the HE bombers in his deck. But meanwhile, down south here, we see the Mangles as helicopter points. These are not rocket helis; these are the regular transport helis, which means they are easily sold just by pressing L, and they will go home and you will get the points. So these points have been transformed into a large amount of superior RPOs. And in my opinion, spamming the same unit this many times, 4 times, creates weaknesses. And with the superior RPO specifically, the weakness is lack of AT launchers. A single BMP, a single BTR, any kind of a armored unit, even a lightly armored unit, cannot be destroyed by superior RPO alone. That's why personally I like to mix up my AT infantry, regular infantry, as well as my Saperis, so that they can't be counterplayed that easily. But
That
obviously,
was the
this
luckiest Me 8 that I ever seen in my life, right down there. Strela 10 M3 is a really, really dangerous unit. 70% accuracy there with the Veteran C on top of it. So that it only hit one missile, the Me 8, the first one hit, and then misses 3 in a row, even though the Me 8 got closer and closer, allowing the Luftsturmjägers to actually live to see another day. Yeah, that was quite impressive, but Luftsturmjäger still caught out in the open because the Me 8 had to do an emergency landing there. T-64 pushed back by the T-80BVK as well, so he just barely make it out of this field alive as well. And this is a really strong point, but you say superior RPOs are spammed on the Mangled side? Well, I hold against that. Superior RPO are spammed on the other side as well. So even pushing in there, it might not be the most efficient because there are superior RPOs on both sides. So the infantry CQC advantage is on neither side because they
you
fully
could
kill
maybe
that right
argue
there.
that the infantry C advantage is with those who have the BTRs, which is currently on the Mangle side. Neither of these players are have enough points to really start defending, so we're really going to see which one of them overextends first, or whether the push that we see coming from Phoenix is
And
actually
we
just going to
see a
break clear.
big boating experience here in the north. The
Oh
BMP2
boy.
doesn't want to get involved into any kind of fighting here. It just wants to have a single, a nice day cruising on the lake with its maybe having the girls on board as well. We don't see that. They might be inside. Just having a bit of a yacht cruise here. Maybe capturing Papa on the way there. So it will cost a lot of fuel to go through this lake, but they should be able to make it through even with only 300 fuel remaining and make it there into Papa. BMP2 there on a long journey.
Yeah, down south here we saw a 2 BMP3 and 2 T80 blob just absolutely ruin a Luftsturm Metis, and in getting counter hit by artillery from 2 Hyacinths actually. Two
Yep.
Hyacinth SS are opening fire, and meanwhile, right after losing these units and getting the T-64 combat incapable, Mangles reinforce with 2 extra Conkers. So the chance from Phoenix to just kind of push through and maybe get a free tank or a couple of more units was that chance was lost, it seems, for these Conquerors. But if there's a Spetsnaz from Phoenix's side, and recon units have extra exceptional stealth, which means that they are in practice often just invisible. This currently gives Phoenix an amazing vision of all of these units on the middle here, including the T-64 that is currently trying to get some safe distance away from the blue blob. And the blue blob, with the Motostrelki for the southern forests, is now moving out. The Spetsnaz being the quiet hero here, putting the ground surveillance radar into good use and maximizing the range in which these BMPs and T-80s can start shooting. Conquerors returning fire, immediately getting a aggressive targeting, right-clicked by all of these the Soviet armor here.
BTRs though, being the heroes here for the Mangles right now, killing off the infantry push quite nicely with their heavy MGs. We have a Urn in the rear as well, so the infantry push on Phoenix's side so far not working out super well. The armored push working out a bit better, but the Hyacinths at the same time also already starting to put on some damage, and ooh, the tanks might back right into that, and that is a pretty low T80 there. It has to be careful. One or two more direct hits and it would be dead. MiG-21 cluster bomber instead, and oh my goodness, what a hit! That was one of the most juiciest cluster bomber hits I've ever seen in my life. 2 T80BVs and a BMB-2 down immediately. The supply truck wasn't quite hit there. I thought a fourth unit went down, but still 2 T80BVs and a BMP-2, and the plane gets out damaged, but it gets out to come in once more later. This really shifted the power balance in the south completely.
Yeah, that was massive. There was even a second cluster plane port to, but the second cluster plane was immediately evacuated after the first one got the money shot. So 27th is currently possibly the strongest pack division on ranked, maybe I'm pretty sure people can agree on that. At least it is the most played one. And immediate side-shotting, Conquerors M side-shotting the T-64, immediately fortifying this southern push. But the weakness for Phoenix and for 27th is the fact that there is no long-range anti-air weapons. Currently, there are only the Strelas with less than 3,000 meters of aircraft targeting range, even though the upgraded Strelas are pretty high accuracy. But even after that, there are no coups. There are no coups, there are no books, there are only medium and close range anti-air. So when it comes to divisions that are so kind of dependent on the blob gameplay, or who like to have their units in easily maneuverable formations, as we saw with the T-80s, that creates targets for fast cluster dive bombers. The BMP-2 has actually just managed to capture Papa, putting the Mangles in an incredibly bad position, being under attack on the middle and immediately requiring to
moved out the second too early there. Phoenix realizing it though before moving the BMP-2 into a corner. But yeah, that +4 that we will see here now will be giving Phoenix a nice point advantage, and that will force the Mangles to eventually put the pressure back onto the opponent here. The Hyacinths constantly firing already though. I like that, keeping them constantly active, taxing enemy units. They haven't killed super many units yet, though they get a Conqueror's M now, and they have damaged quite a few already beforehand. They really are, so far, the most important unit here on the battlefield for the Mangles, next to those cluster bombers. And yes, the 27th has a really strong combined arms, but it's not the most affordable combined arms. And if you start to take away their tanks, if you start to take away their expensive ATGMs with the Conquerors, then their combined arms might start to fall flat, and then your more affordable BMP-1s and your Modschützen might be able to come back there and hit them quite hard. MiG-21 here, once more, the cluster bomber hunt, gets the BMP-3 killed. And yeah, those MiG-21s are just such a menace here.
Yeah, the big problem here is that Mangles just immediately needs to start getting some points. Immediate at the same time as Papa was lost to the swimming BMP, and a Uragan was bought. Uragans are a whole minute's income at 250 points, and they really are not exactly what Mangles needs here. Even as the four tick is getting shut down right now, and the battle doesn't immediately have a conclusive. There is no conclusive result on the battle so far, but in this position, investing heavily into the air and investing heavily into the artillery and requiring a supply of tanks to challenge the constant push by these zero vet T-80BVs, which means that there are just going to be way more of them than if these tanks were brought out at vet 1. The grad already fired on Phoenix's side, so there is also kind of a line-breaking rocket artillery ready for all of these Luftsumjägers that are keeping the middle village here. That is the most fortified position for the red player.
MiG-31 here coming in against the Mi-24. It has super high ECM. It dodged a couple of missiles beforehand, though this time it was too much. Gets taken out. Not the best helicopter hunter because it doesn't have any short-range missiles and no infrared missiles that could lock onto those hind helicopters. So using it for helicopter hunting, not the most efficient, and it gets shut down there. At the same time, though, the Hyacinth have taken out nearly all infantry here for Phoenix. And we see now a sub-parry push. We see another MiG-20, and those T-80BVs are once more too close to each other. One goes immediately down, the second one super low. Strella's at least this time able to retaliate, but the MiG-21 cluster cheapened the T-80BVs, and that's already at least its second run here. And the T-80BVs super under pressure here now. T-64BV chasing it down here, infantry pushing through the open, a lot of BMP-1s being called in, and the Hyacinth for sure did their part. I'm not sure if the Eurogun was the most effective investment here, but the artillery starts to pay off, and time is not of an issue yet for the Mangles. It's still 23 minutes, so time is still there to get this game back under control, and the trades here start to look really, really good for the player in red.
Yeah, I think the Strelas just haven't been able to keep up the air support, the air protection for all of these expensive combined arms units. And now with two T-64s, Mangles actually has tank superiority here against these BMP-3s. And even though massive amount of soft attack is getting shot at to these Mangles units and Mangles infantry having to retreat.
Yeah, really good usage there of the Hinds by Phoenix, saving the situation, because if that infantry could have been would have been able to get into these buildings before the Saperi RPO reinforcements of Phoenix would have gotten here, that situation would have been really, really tough. MiG-21 now being sent in to hunt down those helicopters, but that's another bad choice. Another plane that doesn't have any short-range missiles. It should not be used for this mission because it is just so much more valuable against enemy tanks. We see MiG-21 AA now. They are way better at it. They have some short-range missiles with the R60M that can do some decent damage there. One of the Hinds already going down. MiG-23 AAs being brought in on the other side. Will get the kill on one of the MiG-21s at least. Second one has to be careful. Most likely has to evacuate here. Book, though, gets the hit onto the MiG-23. That actually allows the MiG-21 to come back in here potentially, and yeah, both T-64s, no, only one T-64 making it out alive. So the grind on both sides here continues on the south. Hyacinth's currently silent, which is interesting. At the same time, Phoenix trying to get back into the Papa zone in the north. The BMP-2 won't be able to run out another time because it's really running low on fuel, but it should be able to make it in once more. Might be able to find the UATs at the same time, and that would be a great, great kill here for Phoenix.
Yeah, I'd like to point out that the Spetsnaz Vesga has been keeping this spot here for all games so far, and that allows Phoenix to have just immensely more powerful recon and understanding of his enemy than what the Mangles has right now. Even though there are Spetsgruppe and other recon units out here for Mangles, the Spetsrosvedka is in a perfect position to allow Phoenix to plan for good engagements. These BMP3s being brought out right as the Motostrelki are running up is not an accident. That is a reaction for the orders of the Spetsrosvedka. Right now, losing the BMP3s to a Hyacinth, being too predictable here, Hyacinth's taking out one, maybe even a second BMP3 here, and
Yeah,
allowing
really good
this
hit for
second
these
wave
Hyacinths. At
infantry
the
to
same
push.
time, the BMP2 got the kill in the north, but it just stopped slightly off the zone. Phoenix hopefully realizing that eventually, as it doesn't seem like the Mangles has realized that the UATS has died up there. MiG-31 once more being used as helicopter hunter here on a dangerous mission. It has 40% ECM, so the MiG-29 struggles to get its missiles on targets here, but it really isn't the best at helicopter hunting. Starts to hunt the MiG-29 instead though, and that works out nicely. As we see it, that MiG-29, the Buk helping out with a good hit from the south as well. And the T-64 is now finally finding the Spetsrosvedka there in the open. The hero of Phoenix starts to get killed off here. T-64 with good hits. The MP3s being kept out of the forest by constant Hyacinth fire onto that area, so they can't help out against the enemy infantry right now. And the Hind is out of rockets, so it's Yak B autocannon the only thing that can help out. It does a decent job, but not before the Spetsrosvedka fall, as the town is still in the hand of Phoenix here.
Yeah, so the MiG-31, it's way too fast to kill helicopters. It's like the Eagle, but it's a 1,400 kph. It's just way too fast to effectively even hurt helicopters. But in this point, the Uragan, having the Uragan ready and resupplied could actually be kind of the blow that gets Mangles up here in the town, but the Uragan is not reloaded, so even if this infantry push had gotten closer, they would have just been torn to shreds by all of this fortified infantry of Phoenix. These pushes here are just don't have enough support to actually break through. We're seeing 3-0 with T-80BVs coming up here, so when it comes to just going toe-to-toe with tanks, the 27th really seems to have it. And frankly, right now, we're still in Phoenix is currently on +2, further forcing the Mangles to actually start doing some plays here. Just trying to brute force this town hasn't worked so far, even though there have been some excellent kills and some excellent positions here. Personally, I mean, obviously, X-ray. You have the helicopter infantry. So how about an X-ray? Do you have an infantry leader? Can you put that infantry leader into an Mi-8 helicopter and take it to X-ray as soon as possible? These should be the thoughts of the Mangles right now, because going into the late game here, you're only gonna get so many absolutely perfect cluster kills until the enemy has enough AA out there.
We see Torse now being brought up. The T-64 though might outnumber the T-80BVs at this point with the amount of T-80BVs we saw shut down, so that might be a way as well. And the Hyacinths have found constant damage down here as well, so I think fighting onto this more bunched up fights, KD-wise, not so bad for the Mangles. At the same time though, Phoenix got the BMP2 into the north, neutralizing the point. The BMP1's reacting quickly for the Mangles, at least stopping the complete capture, but Phoenix going up to a nearly 500 point advantage at this point. And we see Mangles now pushing into X-ray, which, yeah, as you pointed out, is completely empty. So the UATs might find revenge here, and that
Oh no, we're seeing
Phoenix...
another.
Ooh, no! Another T-80BV going down. Another MiG-21 making it out alive to suicide itself in once more, as the Strela 10M does get spotted by shooting and gets killed off by a BMP-1 as well. And yeah, Phoenix not with great trades here lately.
Yeah, MiG-21 actually gained a level, and it now has 8th increased evasion due to its veterancy level. The Mangles actually has the Spetsgruppe are here in a position where they can spot the tank line, which is very important, especially regarding the kind of future Uragan usage. Uragan still not reloaded, even though the angles of engagement here are so small that the Uragan is absolutely in its best. This is the best Uragan environment that you can imagine almost,
Yeah, I
but it's
guess
still not
Uragan,
reloaded.
that's the problem with Uragans. You put them so far in the rear that you often start to forget about them. It happens even on higher levels. And yeah, that's most likely what happened here. Uragan was brought in, wasn't hotkey grouped in right at the beginning, and then just put so far back in on the minimap and on your on your map that you never go that far back. Like if you bring in new units, you might see the here, since obviously they're also used so often and they don't have such a long reload time that you don't forget about them too easily. But Eurogans actually get forgotten quite often, and that's what happened here. T64 versus TADB, a really clutch fight here. The TADBVs taking the worst end of it though. One routed and the other one gets killed off. T64 BVs, one super low, the two others damaged as well. But another good engagement here for the Mangles if the T64 BVs can be brought to the rear for some rest and respite.
Yeah, Mangles is buying infantry to route it directly into the town, so this really seems to be the time that they're going to go for it. T64 BVs, despite going down to low cohesion from 2 shots, despite this, keeping up the rate of fire against soft targets with the autoloaders that the Soviet tanks have, and also keeping would like to point out that the T80, which is also 0 veterancy, is currently routing itself multiple kilometers behind the front line, significantly decreasing its ability to
was a good
do anything.
idea here, but the T64 already was removed further, and the Mangles gets into the north, gets the +4 there with the UATs, as Phoenix didn't even leave a small guard there. No units have deployed there at all, so Phoenix now only coming in with some reactive units. Motostrelky's already being pushed back, and the +4 here for Mangles closing in on equalizing the points, maybe even getting a slight advantage. BMP-2K leader on the way to the north to try to recapture it, but it is still a bit out. And at the same time, the push here in the south happening, but it's a bloody one. Tunguska going down, Mordschützen going down, BMP-1s going down. The whole kill list at the moment full of units of Mangles, run into a lot of Motostrelkys of Medis here, and the BMP-3 in a good spot as well. And this push not working out so far.
Yeah, the Mi-8 Escortny is not even getting a chance to fire at anything.
Oh,
and,
Tor with a really good missile hit there. Tor at least being routed, but the Escorty actually getting close to the Saperi RPO might fall to them, as they get a couple of shots off. Barely escaping here with 1 hit point. Flying into the Mod Strelky. Can they find the kill there? Oh, it's so close, but the Escorty will survive for now. At the same time, ADBV's not around anymore, and now the fire support has arrived from Mangles. The Me Too Yearns and a lot of T64s and BMP-1s here pushing forward. Planes doing their best here. The Yearns being shut down by MiG-23, Su-17 trying its best as well, killing off some BMP-1s, but even with all these losses, it seems like Mangles still has more here, and the artillery also coming in hot. So this might work out.
Yeah, only now has Phoenix managed to get a BMP-2 inside the X-ray point, and Mangles has actually managed to equalize the score here. And I just have to say, my kingdom for some smoke here. The some amount of smoke in positions here could just close up these long range defensive angles in which the BMP-3s and the T-80s and also the Metis are can shoot out all of Mangles' units, but they are the helicopters and the BMP-1s were enough.
Yeah,
the
it was
Reds are
just
now in the
pure
town
force
and in the
here.
lead.
This was really Soviet tactics at the heart, like at the most extreme. Just a pure wave of steel and flash running onto the enemy. With a lot of firepower on both sides, a lot of shots fired, and the defensive positions here just overwhelmed with brute force. Strelas being killed off, Taurus being killed off, so cluster bombers might have a clean shot here once more, and I believe at least one of them should be ready again to hunt down this TADBV here in the south. Rajvetkas and Motschützen trying to do the same in the forest as well, and we have a CV entering the zone, and with that, Mangles most likely gonna get a real advantage here. The CV in the north snuck in for one more contest as well, so we have over 100 points advantage for the Mangles, and it's now back to Phoenix to get aggressive, and I'm not sure if that's still possible at this point.
Yeah, I frankly I didn't think it was possible, but I don't have enough experience playing Six Moto to actually understand how many cards of Motoshutsen and BMP ones they actually get, which seems to be a large amount, let's just say. And but yeah, these attacks were done like pretty well. The tank control from both sides was like very good. Using the T64s, even the zero bet T64s, to have good engagements on long range is very difficult when you're attacking. And but honestly, I think the hyacinths have been just like a whatever micro is not being used to have smoke mortars is being used to aggressively and effectively use the hyacinths. Every once in a while, you look down on the board, and suddenly whatever concentration of tanks or fortified infantry has just been taken out there. We're seeing three BTRs trying to get into the town that is still partly controlled by the Blues. The fighting inside the town means that the fire support units of Phoenix will be able to bombard them, but will that be enough? More infantry are coming in waves of three. The veteran cluster plane named Morris has already targeted the T-80, and there
Yeah,
is literally no anti-air here. Literally no anti-air.
E6 TADBV here might have even died anyways, as the Motschützen got a side shot with an RPG. One of the Moto Ostrolki got killed off by the T64BV that shuts down the main road in the town as well, and the infantry here for Mangled together with the BMP-1s, just a bit too numerous most likely for their opponents here. Cluster Bomber now even going for strafing, realizing no AA is left here. BTR is going down, TADBV goes down in the south as well, and Mangles just brute forcing it here with the 6, and we have the GG of Phoenix. What an intense game here on
Yeah.
two lakes with nice sneak action on both sides in the north. Not super much action there. Focus obviously was on the south, and the back and forth there was quite insane, with Mangles coming out on top in the end here.
Go watch the cluster plane kill list.
Yeah. yeah. Morris did what needed to be done there to win this fight here. That is what MiG-23, MiG-21 bis do for you here. And that's really the scary part about 6. Like, their combined arms, when it comes to support weaponry, is really efficient. Their infantry is okay, their tanks are okay, and all the stuff they get on top of that, AA, artillery, those air support is fantastic, and the MiG-21s and the Hyacinths here really showing that non-stop throughout the game. Well played by both players in my eyes, but Mangles coming out with just a brute force victory there in the end.
Yeah, I would say that I mean the brute force was very much part of this, but having the well placed recon units on both sides, the on Phoenix's side, the recon was there mostly to target and guide all of these expensive motorized mechanized units, whereas on the Mangle side, the recon was there mostly to guide the removal assets, the hyacinths and the cluster planes, and had and when it comes to playing 27th units are just generally expensive. The BMP3s are 90 points, so they are actually worth to kill, even with like planes, whereas something like Martyrs or BMP2s wouldn't necessarily be. So when you lose expensive units quickly, it suddenly becomes way more difficult to start buying the secondary units, the anti-air to prepare for the enemy planes, or the backline units to protect your X-ray point, for instance. There wasn't a single unit on the X-ray point, probably because every single penny had to go to keep the trade war up on the south.
Yeah.
In the south.
And thanks for the raid there, Timon. Hope you had a good practice run. Looking forward to seeing your first match tomorrow, right? Yeah, we just got raided here by Timon Place and his gang. And we just had an insane game here, as you can see on this kill feed, where 6 got carried by its cluster bomber. The MiG-21 really doing a fantastic job. It's a really flimsy plane, but the MiG-31s did the best of keeping the MiG-29s away from it, and I don't think it's super out of line at its current pricing anymore. I just think Phoenix could have bought 1 or 2 more AA pieces more, and then it wouldn't have been as much of an issue, but the way it played out, the MiG-21s always got out with just barely a bit of hit points left, and that led to them coming around just a couple too many times here. So yeah, we're gonna go into a short break, and then we're gonna be back with another one in game number 2.
Banana, I am hydrating currently.
Yeah, I'm gonna get myself a bit of water as well. I'm gonna be back here in a second. Thanks for keeping us hydrated. And yeah, we're gonna go into game number 2 in a minute.
And hello everybody for Division 3 of WARNO League, excuse me, with Game 2 of Phoenix versus the Mongols. And looking at the Mongols here playing 27th against Phoenix's 79th on the new Vertigo map. And wait, hold on. Protoss, what is this map here?
Well, somebody must have not quite checked what setup they used. They didn't quite go, it seems like, for the the duelist setup. They went for the old setup. Yeah, both sides didn't realize it. It was an honest mistake. So yeah, the game will still count, but that gives us a bit of a blast from the past. It's still the new setup with the zone layout, so that's going to be interesting how the old zone layout with the new buildings works out. I think actually it works out quite well when it comes to the balance, because both sides have a sneaky building up top and both sides have a decent layout here in the south. But obviously the points are quite different. It's 16 instead of 8 points total with the high rear point zones and really contestable big zones as well. So this is going to be interesting.
This is going to be insane.
And
but I mean, in this kind of situation, when you have 16 maximum points, you would kind of expect people to try to play as aggro as possible. But from both sides, we're seeing some pretty careful openers.
well,
With
the
no
thing
recon
with this
rushing
map
here.
was not that you could play it super aggressively. The important part was that you get a CV into your rear zones as fast as possible, because they are +3 zones. If you leave the enemy to take on one of them, it's already going to give them a good amount of points. If you give them a +6 tick, they obviously gonna run away with a big lead quite quickly. Whilst the middle zones still don't give you that many points, and controlling both won't be easy.
Yeah, but Mangles here is opening with 27th. We just saw Mangles opening with a very balanced mix of Spetsnaz and regular Respetka, including the aggro recon helicopter here to make it pick out some daring enemy infantry units. Motostrelkin Metis, Conquersen, E-Class, and a single T-80BV so far. Pretty standard, honestly, and looking into building up a strong mid to late game. What do you think about 79th here versus the 27th? 27th obviously has better ATGMs and better IFVs, but how about the tank tab?
Well, I like the IZDs in the matchup against normal T80BVs, because you have the speed advantage, you have the better ATGM that actually has also the tandem round, so it does extra damage against T80BVs. And I like it to have cheap RPG-22, BMP-2 combination of units as well to allow you get more T80BVs. That should be allowing you to get a snowball in the T80BV race if you set it up correctly. But yeah, the support weapons obviously a bit stronger here on the Mangled side, especially the Conqueror's M is the scary part. If that hits you, it doesn't matter which T80BV you have, it will hurt. So that's the big question. Spetsnaz Redka versus Spetsnaz GRU here in the middle, but the mean 24k here being already a bit of a problem for Phoenix. And we don't have a real solution for that coming up in the skies. Oh, or do we? MiG-23 MLD actually on the way in here. Can that find the kill onto the Hind? It would be pretty important to at least push that Hind back, as you don't want to lose your opener to that unit.
Yeah, Spetsnaz Vedka versus Spetsnaz GRU. Spetsnaz GRU will most likely win this by being both special forces and having better close quarters weapons. But the Spetsnaz
MiG-29 here
Vedka,
coming in with a hit, pushing back the enemy MiG-23. Not able to kill it though before running over the Strela 10Ms. The Igla got killed off by the Hind, and we have a big more infantry here for the Mangles in the center, especially the PTR-80s though, killing off the Spetsnaz GRU, but the Hind falls as well, so important units lost on both sides here. But the important part for the Mangles in my eyes is that they got this center building block with the Conqueror's M and the Spetsnaz Redka.
yeah, Mangles maybe accidentally selling the Motostrelki commanders transport. So currently is kind of leaving points on the table until the car will transport the Motostrelki into a next location. Out here with all of this massive amount of 3-point zones, having these up early could be important. But meanwhile, we see an Su-25 rocket go and attack this middle fortress, specifically the Motostrelki Mettis, that the Mongols obviously wants to exploit this middle opener here to get positions on the tree lines.
Tor though, with a good hit first. Not a follow-up one though, so the Su-25 will make it out alive. Yeah, flying anywhere close to a 70% accuracy Tor is always dangerous. At the same time, TADBV there will have to be careful with the BMP2s and 2 TADBVs around for the hunt on the other side. Motostrelki's also being just clicked forward here. TADBV on the defense at least dealing good damage, and we have 2 Conquerors M's on the flank. First one already firing onto the Strellas though, but that's 2 really good side shot positions there for the Mongols, so Phoenix has to be careful here as well.
Look at how fast that ISD-29 is. In practice, it's just so much more maneuverable than the other 63 KPH tanks. The Mongols, the T-80 gets taken out. There is currently, I mean, controlling this position is a bit different considering this zone layout. But having infantry push so far that on the northeastern corner of Delta, you have these 2 buildings that basically
Conquerors
control the
M coming in. Can it find the kill? It can find the kill on the TADBVK. The one in the south taken out by the SU, but the TADBVK actually side moving there last second, just showing perfect side armor there for the Conquerors M. And yeah, the profile there killing the Phoenix's leader tank. But TADBV on the other side killed off, Conquerors M in the south killed off, so the position's still not terrible for Phoenix here. Though the points are still split, as the north is fully in the Mongols' hand so far.
Yeah, the infantry, the 2 Motostrelki RPG-22s seem to be able to get into these buildings where they'll be able to be a massive nuisance to basically gatekeeping the whole Delta area from Mongols' reinforcements. Mongols' T-80BV leader is getting in there. The RPG-22 has extremely short range at 500 meters, so it's not a massive threat, but considering Mongols has no recon, pulling out the T-80 commander, not wanting it to be lost at the cheap AT weapons. And even though losing the tank leader, Phoenix out here taking further positions with the Spetsnaz crew, ordering more recon units up middle here, and investing heavily into air. Obviously, understanding that 27th lacks in the both the air department as well as the long range air defense department. The Thors are very high accuracy, but their range of 3,525 meters is sorely lacking.
Su-25 actually becoming the hunter here, losing line of sight in the most important moment there though, when the ATGM was flying towards the Tor. Tor really fortunate there that the Su-25 didn't get its gun on target and might make it out alive. The Motostrelki is there, not quite able to see it there anymore. And now the Tor can potentially retaliate here. Ooh, dangerous life for these Su-25s.
Yeah, the Su-25's gun is actually turned off to protect it from Phoenix, and that the Tor weapons were also off actually to prevent them from getting seeded. But now the chance has been lost, only taking out the BMP-3, the counter-attacking BMP-3.
Being saved by its front and rear armor there, as it got hit by an Igla and a Tor missile, which would have taken out any other plane out there. But its armor there saving it from being shut down. Meanwhile, T-80BV getting into engagement with the Conquerors over here. That's a dangerous play. Obviously, if that hits, yes, it does a lot of damage there. And it does a lot of stress as well. So the T-80BV has to be careful. The Conquerors firing its last missile, but the MTLB just arriving in time to reload it. And at the meantime, BMP-3s here. 3 of them at once coming around to push back the Motostrelkis here, and that might be soon a take for the Mangles here, as the south will soon be contested.
Yeah, Mangles Spetsnaz in the middle have moved and are trying to get better positions to kind of flank the reinforcement route and kind of the base forest area of Phoenix. Bandy getting into an engagement with the Spetsnaz crew now with the BTR 80 being able to do fire support, but the T80BV already moving in to kill the BTR. This seems
Has
to
to be
be a
careful
loss.
though, a lot of ATGMs flying towards it,
Oh no!
and they find the target, BMP3s and Conquerors M, taking out the most important unit here in the south for Phoenix, and kind of the only unit holding this complete south together at this point, as the Conquerors M once more finds its mark, and that is a big, big problem here now for Phoenix.
Yeah, immediately losing, leaving and retreating with the Strelas and the Urals, understanding that this is the BMP3s are just going to come up. The incredible speed of the 9M117 Bastion missile that it gains from having the 2,800 meter range, it always surprises me and surprises the other players as well. Sending out your tank to do a nice little cleanup operation on an enemy BTR and then suddenly being swarmed by all of these units is an unfortunate side effect of losing your recon positions to the BMPs. The Phoenix is not being careless about recon, buying extra recon behind the recon that they already had, but it's just been it had all been taken out so efficiently.
Motostrelk is here trying to hunt on the BMP2. At least the Spectre Red guy got killed off beforehand. The Su-25 here coming in with another good run, killing even off the Eagler, but flying into double Tor, and this time around, yeah, the big fireball is in the skies here. The Su-25 not getting out alive this time around. And it's did a okay run there with the Motostrelki and the Eagler, but in the end, still not quite cost efficient in that one. BTR at the same time getting shot by the Pulmachiki will get cleaned off, but the Pulmachikis showed their position with it, so they have to be really careful here as well.
Yeah, up north, we only see BRDM2s from Phoenix, and I think the Mangles might be. It's not ordering troops there, but is pushing slightly with the recon car, maybe trying to pick out, find out where the enemy line is and whether the enemy line will be pushable. The counterattack from Phoenix coming right here, trying to get these positions before the BMP3s and the enemy tanks are far enough. Motostrelki Metis are getting deployed by the Mangles.
Oh,
So sooner.
BMP2 also really fortunate there. Being missed once by the BMP3's ATGMs, and then getting its first Conquerors right on target, killing off the BMP3 there on the other side. So that is really a good start here to this push, but there is still a Motostrelki with an RPG-27 in there, and that's a gnarly anti-tank rocket launcher.
Yeah,
so
it is a short range.
You have to be careful. Tandem 21 AP power there. It spots it just before it gets into range. Motostrelki immediately being stunned down, BMP2, and the TADBV there doing a good amount of damage. The Motostrelkis shouldn't be able to kill off the leader anyway, either. And it seems like Phoenix might just be able to get back in here into the south, at least stop the +4. Su-25 actually also targeted onto the TADBVK leader. Can it find the kill there before the books come in? Yes, it can. The Tors, I mean. Tors and Strelas getting damage onto it now, getting the kill, but it is Su-25 paid off already.
On the southern part of the point, we can see some recon excellence from Phoenix. The Spetsnaz GRU dodged the, on return fire, dodged the Motostrelki that was sent out to clear it out, put the Spetsnaz on the rightmost corner of this forest, allowing it to gain a line of sight for the airplane. Recon excellence, I'm telling you.
Yeah. Hind helicopter now cleaning up the Motostrelki down here. As you see in the center, BTRs being killed off as well. AO wooden box, thanks for the raid there. Hope to have a good game with the target. Please no spoilers. And yeah, Stuka coming in as well with that raid. TADBVK versus the Motostrelki Medis here and Spetsnaz Redka for the fight. Whilst up north, BRDM chilling out. We have some Igla, we have some Motostralkis there. Pretty good defensive position from Mangles, no pressure from Phoenix. The most important action is still here in the south. Artillery now being brought in by Phoenix. I really like that, as the buildings you can't really clean out with tank fights. You can only clean it out with air, which is not really possible with the amount of tours by now. So artillery, the second best option there. And we will see a good amount of Akatsuya fire here already towards these Spectra Dreadgas.
Yeah, the Phoenix actually attempted a back cap on Charlie with the BRDM2, but the two passing by BMP3s actually managed to almost kill the BRDM, and I don't think that Mangles noticed this. So Mangles is now going and might actually be taken out by the BMP2 leader.
Yeah, BMP2 leader firing an ATGM. Phoenix running the hell away there. Gets out of line of sight there just in time, but we'll have to maybe find a bit of a different pathing there into that zone as the BMP2s pass by. Hind being rotated around. We see the T80BV IZD engaging a BTR-80 here in the center. Should be able to take it out soon. The Akatsias should constantly fire here at this point. They really do a good job already. Conquerors engaging a BMP3, T80BVs engaging it as well, taking it out. And the Conquerors M not able to fire until now, but the T80BV now in the mortal danger there. And it moves to the side and it gets side-shotted once more. That's something that you really have to learn the hard way. Always press G, always reverse away from the Conquerors. Even if it means that you might be hit and that you might not break line of sight as fast, the risk of going sideways and being hit into the side is just too dangerous, because it always will kill you. So showing frontal armor and maybe taking 1 or 2 more missiles is better than taking only 1 missile out of 3 instead of 2 missiles out of 3, but that one being a side shot and an instant kill.
Yeah, so what I think, actually BMP3 trading up a Conquerors here on long range, interestingly, but what I think that Mangle should be doing here is to trying to get the bottom, the southern side of the delta point. I think that having the BMP3s down there to side shot any any T80BVs would be a massive bonus. Going and fighting this the 79th tanks head on is a bad idea in the long term, I believe, when you can actually engage them on a very wide front where the maximum range of your ATGMs as well as your Conquerors M could be used to just pick out and drive those tanks further away without having to destroy their front armor. The Conquerors M up the middle fortress here already are doing this from one side, and just having the southern forest could, with the maximum range 2,800 meter missiles, would be enough to kind of exert tactical control over most, or if not all, of the zone.
Both sides now with some good artillery fire. We see the guided ammunition Akatsias with the extra accuracy now for the Mangles here. Trying to hit the T80BVK, got a bit of that damage onto it. Won't be able to find the kill. T80BV IZD once more on the push, but the Conquerors is still in range and will do that. It should be able to move out of there, but it really needs to be careful, and I would like to see the Akatsias being targeted towards the Conquerors M. Yes, that's what we see now. They should be able to kill them off. Maybe moving a bit closer with the Akatsias to get the accuracy a bit higher still would be a good idea, but they are in range of accurate shot thanks to the recon being close enough to give the artillery that extra bonus in accuracy, so the Conquerors M shouldn't survive that salvo.
Yeah, interestingly, we've seen these players play the meta, even though the southern point is not superior to the northern side, because there is a back point on both the northern and southern lanes. But despite this, both of these players are concentrating heavily on delta here. And the Rosberg BMP2 moving down south, Spetsnaz crew being able to take out the single infantry squad that was sent out there. So far, capturing the southern side is not happening on Mangles, but Mangles is on +2 right now. So the T80BVs are gonna have to come out of the of their fortified forest. Grad firing out there, just making it just a little bit more difficult, just keeping them out there just a
Killing
little
off
bit.
the leader, actually. So the T80BVK needs to come in there on its own. BRDM, seeing the Akatsuya, doesn't want to take that engagement. The Akatsuya actually has an AP shell that could kill the BRDM there with one shot. 13 damage on it. So the BRDM leader now going to the northern point for the rear cap, trying to be the sneaky one. In the north, we see a BRDM ready for a sneak as well, whilst the BMP3 does rotate into the north as well. Two MiG-23s trying to deal with the Hind helicopter, but they came in a bit too sharp of an angle to find the hit there. Whilst in the south, artillery fighting each other. Akatsuya being shot there by the enemy Akatsuya, but they won't be able to find the kill. Mangles moving in time. The rear capture now happening though, and that's gonna be a +4 here for Phoenix. Question is, how long will it take for the Mangles to realize this?
Yeah, I mean, there is already a command tank going out there, probably just accidentally. So the command tank should be able to go up there. The BRDM that is currently the BRDM that could is running out of supply and running out of fuel. So this is probably the last cap that it's gonna take, but it will still try to get Charlie and just to pinch out those extra points.
It
Phoenix has
just comes in
fortified.
there at the same moment as the TADBVK though, and it will get into gun range in a second, and it most likely will be spotted out there in the open. So yeah, tries to run away there. TADBVK actually seeing the capture now. It's running really low on fuel there. Phoenix really seeming to like those rear capture actions. We saw them the last game as well. The BRDM now running into the next TADBV, goes down before it can make it into the zone. The +4 will at least make it a bit closer in points again. With the artillery onto the AA here, one Tor being taken out by a Conquerors. The Su-25 actually with some good chances here on some kills. Finds a hit, but doesn't find the kill. Tor too stressed out to find the hit. So the Strela 10 M3 has to do the killing here. Can it find the last shot? No, Su-25 will make it out alive at least as well. But the T-80BV still with 3 health, or 4 hit points actually, remaining as well.
Yeah, a full grad salvo was fired into the southern forest, missing all of the units out there. The 3 units, the Superior RPO, Rosberg BMP2, and the Spetsnaz crew, are a very powerful combination right now that basically keep the angle on Phoenix's side here in Delta.
And T-80BVs now in high enough numbers that they can take on the Conqueror's M directly, stressing it out with 4 shots there in succession. So the 79th might have gotten to critical mass here now. BRDM, meanwhile, also contesting the northern zone, getting a +3 tick here at the moment. This will change to a 0 in a second, but Phoenix at least not being taken down right now. The TADBVs maybe pushing it up a bit too early here. Spetsnaz getting a side shot into one of them. Another one gets side shot there. The positioning of Phoenix's tanks here not perfect, but they, thanks to them being fast TADBV ICDs, they might make it out alive. Oh, another one eating heavy shots there though. Conqueror's M's just so brutal here. Spetsnaz super low. Spetsnaz GRU pushing them through the open, but the TADBV push has been stopped for now.
Yeah, the southern on the southeast side of the Delta Point, even though there are Spetsnaz crews out there doing the spotting, Mangles had set up a T-80BV early on to provide kind of a long range fire against any kind of an enemy that would push from Phoenix's kind of tank concentration area. So despite not having the southern side of Delta, the northern angle of the Conqueror's M's and the southern angle of T-80BVs was smartly set up to counter the superior force of tanks.
Artillery not hitting the BMP2s here. I could say not hitting the BMP2 hard enough to kill it off. At least hitting it hard enough to rout it though. So the point in the south will be captured here for a bit for Phoenix. And the Conqueror's M back in the center though. Well rescued there by Mangles when it was stunned down. And it gets another side shot here. Kills off another T-80BV. That center just needs to be flattened right now. As yeah, the Conqueror's M's here, absolute MVPs right now. That's what you have to use to beat the T-80BV advantage on the other side, and the Mangles is using it really nicely so far. Both Conqueror's M's that remain here right now are pretty low in hit points though, and so once they fall and the T-80BVs are repaired on the other side, I still think there is a chance for Phoenix here, but they have to be careful with the time starting to run low here.
Yeah, Phoenix does have a recon advantage with the Spetsnaz crew actually getting spotting ability, spotting out the Conquerors that the Akatsia just killed. But despite this, Phoenix's movements are just predictable enough that the Grad does get out there and manages to maybe kill out this Strela 10. Not that it's super relevant, but you know, you want to take all the kills you can get.
Artillery on the other side though, predicting the BMP2 moving back in as well, might be able to just barely hit it. Mangles not moving forward though. Okay, it's actually spotted by the Spetsnaz. I could see her now aiming directly on top of it. The Conqueror's M in the middle, still having 3 missiles remaining though. I would like to see artillery being re-aimed on that as well. Just taking that out, because if that is eliminated and the T-80BV IZDs are being brought back to full strength, then they should be able to win these fights here. They have the higher veterancy, they have the better ITGMs as well. The T-80BV over here of Mangles living a dangerous life. MP2. Oh my goodness!
It's spotted by the Spetsnaz. Spetsnaz sees it.
Yeah, but it does survive once more, as no accurate shot is on that position anymore, and the Akatsias are a bit too far in the rear to be accurate enough to eliminate them quickly. And now the counter-artillery hits the T-80BVK leader of Phoenix. Phoenix pushing that a bit further forward to at least keep it alive. More T-80BVs here coming in the rear, but the BVs come out without any veterancy on them. So
yeah, this is the spam portion of the tank tab.
Yeah, the IZDs here, the 3 that we have on the front line, these are pretty high veterancy level, though also only Vet 1, not Vet 2, which you get with a relatively good availability for the IZDs. I would recommend usually running them on the highest veterancy level, because they become really efficient there. BMP2 getting killed off on the other side here. And yeah, Akatsia's doing a great job there.
Mangle's tank actually managed to find out the hidden BRDM up north. So backcapping capacity is now very low. So whatever points Phoenix needs here, which is around 400 or 500 points, those points need to be achieved via a breakthrough. And and the breakthrough can't happen on Delta. It needs to happen on Charlie, far away from the position where Phoenix's troops are currently. So this needs to be a full-on decisive battle. This needs to be a fight that is bad enough for Mangles, that that Mangles' back is basically broken, and that Phoenix is allowed to take full-on new positions on Mangles' side of the map. Otherwise, if this is just going to keep on going slowly, I think Mangles might probably be able to just attrition this tank blob for a long enough time. Only 13 minutes left with Phoenix having to actually
coming in here onto the Hind in the south, getting the kill. Chloride 10Ms might be able to retaliate as the MiG-23 is getting really close, but that Hind was a really, really good asset to potentially deal with some T-80BVs and help out, stressing them out, allowing better fire support. The TADBV push from Phoenix now coming through the south, dodging the Conqueror's M position in the middle. Conquerors of Phoenix have eliminated a good couple of AA pieces once more, as 10 M3 just fell a couple of seconds ago. So this push, supported maybe by an Su-25 in the sky, I think it has decent chances of success here. This is a lot of TADBVs and supporting BMP2s. The question is
the
just...
Spetsnaz grew spotting all the Mangles' recon units and immediately taken out by the massed tank blob.
Yeah, the issue is we see once more side shots here on some of the TADBVs from the TADBVs of Mangles. The fight now really broken out. Rajvedka finding another side shot here. Phoenix just not quite angling the tanks correctly. The side shot angle is always just barely happening, but it is happening, and that forces another TADBV here to be routed. Motostrelki is under fire. Artillery coming in onto the whole shenanigans as well. TADBV still engaging here. IZDs firing back, but it's 4 versus 4. It's 4 versus 3 now. Mangles has the numerical advantage at this point, as too many of the TADBVs of Phoenix have been taken out here in this push. No Su-25 came around to help out, maybe with a clutch kill or two, and I don't think this push is going to work out here.
Yeah, the Spetsnaz crew managed to go into hiding at that little tree line out there, but I think
TADBV with a nice side shot there, coming in with another good flank. Artillery trying to push back the TADBVK over here, not able to find the kill. BMP2's now the last couple of units remaining, but they are not strong enough. Their ATGM can't kill off TADBVs easily, and they are too low in frontal armor to survive long enough to do the damage, and all 3 are getting taken out. Only 2 TADBVs remaining here, and this is not looking good. And only now the Su-25 arrives, but there are still 4 TADBVs here, more coming in, and I think the Mangles in a really good spot now.
Yeah, Mangles has an excellent position where if he has to surrender some ground, there are immediate positions where a secondary defensive position can be taken, and that's why I centered on Phoenix's needs to actually just kill all the units, just break the brack and go through, attritioning through this small angle up northeast and then into Charlie. It's just very difficult if you allow the defender to reinforce slowly.
Yeah, TADBVK moving forward and to get in there. Tunguska under fire by the ATGM, gets taken out, but planes not numerous enough here to really abuse that situation, and there's still 3 decent AA pieces. The Mangles, whilst losing AA pieces non-stop, also bought AA pieces non-stop so that the air pieces of Phoenix can't just overwhelm them. And the IZD here, yes, it has the better ATGM, but it's already pretty stressed out, and that will make it combat inefficient here. Motostrelki is trying to sneak by, but they don't have a CV with them. Even if they get through there, it wouldn't really matter. And we only have 9 minutes remaining. With the amount of points on the map, that still could be enough, but there's just so many units still remaining here, so I don't see Phoenix breaking through here anytime soon.
Yeah, Phoenix sent a squad of 3 Motostrelki BMP into the forest where they are currently getting hunted down by some Saperi and a wounded TADBV. So the tactical power of this infantry is pretty limited here. If this infantry was working with a breakthrough, if the tanks had managed to do their jobs, then this infantry could be crucial. But currently, they're just kind of sitting ducks out there.
Yeah, they try to get some RPG most likely onto some TADBV side-shotted, so that the other TADBVs could do the job. Another TADBV at least gets taken out in the south. And they are still 5 on the map though. Mangles really putting on the TADBV printer themselves now. We only see BMP2s on the other side now. TADBVK being brought up north to maybe do a bit of shenanigans there, but The Mangles, I think, has a decent setup there, including a CV in the zone. So the TDBVK might be getting in there for a bit. Yeah, Phoenix coming in with some smoke mortars as well to just sit that in there to at least get a +2. But it won't be more than a +2. And the TDBVK of Mangles getting more points in the south as well. Coming in here into this zone. Motostrelki still on the hunt. Might be able to find 1 or 2 TADBVs, but there is still more where that came from for Mangles. And I think 6 BMP2s could at least get a kill or 2, but I don't think they will be enough to finish the job here.
Yeah, Phoenix's final trick up his sleeve will be this single T-80BVK commander going up north, supported by the 3 120mm mortars, most likely going to do the old-fashioned up alpha, trying to just gain any amount of points here by any means necessary, and I think the amount of considering the point difference and the time, I don't think it'll be crucial, but who knows what the final minutes will bring.
Yeah, we see a Charlatan M once more taken out, but the SU-25 already came in. If that Charlatan M would have been shot down now, the SU-25 would have come in now. I think it could have had a decent shot at actually getting some kills, but they always came in a bit of a wrong moment as well. Like, too late after the tank push, now just too early before the push. We see the Motostrelki is killing off 1 more BMP3 with their RPGs, but KDBV is now evacuating away from it as well, able to take 1 out. The other one's trying to get on target onto the TADBVK here. They find a good first hit, they get this kill off. So yeah, 1 TADBV, 1 BMP3, good job there, but the RPG-27 Motostrelkis at the same time stopping the BMP2 push. Conqueror's M on target as well, finds 1 more BMP2, they're down to 3 already. TADBV IZD from the south has to be careful there as well. 1 TADBV actually went down to a side shot of that RPG-27. Another BMP2 going down as well. If those RPG-27 Motostrelkis actually would have been not there, maybe this push could have worked out now. But
yeah, but we can see that the Mangles has already retreated into the positions, has excellent recon coverage with multiple recon units, anti-air, a grad, couple of artillery pieces, and even some defense in depth with a BMP3 and infantry. Like this is now suddenly Phoenix has to attack another very difficult angle, and that's just the strength of the position here. And I think that is why we're seeing the old-fashioned smoke, corner smoke up north. But for let's say 5 minutes, no, not enough, nowhere near enough. Not even if there wasn't a Motostrelki commander in Alpha, it wouldn't be enough, I think.
yeah, I mean, it will get actually decently close in points if it stays there, but at the same time, Akatsias can fire into that smoke, and so can the Grad, so the TADBVK most likely not gonna stay in there forever. SU-25 once more coming around, but too many Eaglas. The Conqueror's M really absolute MVP unit here of Mangles throughout this game. Akatsias actually too accurate for their own good there a bit, thanks to the guided ammunition, and landing just off the TADBVK. MiG-23's getting shut down as well. SU-25's trying to find some targets here, but there's a bit too much AA here. Conqueror's pushing forward. TADBVK, maybe with a smoke mortar, could try to run into the south, but the RPG-27 also so dangerous here. Helicopters being around there as well. It's just bit too much here, really, to overwhelm that position.
See, just pushing up the Spetsnaz GRU to spot out the wall of everything that Mangles managed to retreat into. Excellent play to recognize the loss of the tactical position and going down into the next positions. There is so much to retreat here to, and up in this late game, this is I doubt Phoenix even wants to push this anymore. finally spotting units with the Spetsnaz crew, immediately having the buildings destroyed from under them.
Yeah, TVK also now without smoke in the north, as the smoke mortars didn't keep firing constantly. And now it is routed. The +2 will stop, and yeah, we are still 400 points short. ADBV IZDs and BVK pushing forward. Autostrelkies in the open, getting shut down as well. Me too, flying around. Landing onto BMP3. Whilst a lot of smoke comes out here now for Phoenix. RPG 26. Motostruck is going down. The other ones of Phoenix dying in bigger numbers though, and yeah, it was a close fight here, but the Conqueror's Amps just sealing the deal here in favor of the Mangles time and again. Getting a couple too many side shots on Phoenix, always showing side armor in the wrong moment, and that's a bit of annoying micro in WARNO, but such an important micro into how to get your units to show side and rear armor at the front armor at the right moment, and not sure side and rear armor. And yeah, they just did it a couple too many times. It can be really frustrating. The unit behavior is not always super logical, and sometimes it just behaves so random, even for the top players, that it happens there. But a couple of these shots for sure could have been avoided if the micro would have been slightly more on top of it.
Conquer Sam has vetted up to elite since being bought up at the start. The early investment, the opener investment from Mangles to have multiple units go up to the middle citadel here to overpower the Spetsnaz group that was out there. That was the money play. Knowing your strengths, which are of course the Conqueror's M, and playing to the strengths, managed to was more powerful than just the overpowering tank blob of the T79 or the 79th. Also, even though Mangles never managed to capture the southern forest, despite this, Mangles had a very good long how do you call it, concave attacks, which are the terror and death of tank blobs. Getting these fast missiles from BMP3s and getting these strong missiles from Conqueror's M's all around them requires the amount of micro that just is extremely demanding of you, because when you look away for 2 or 3 seconds, your stuff has maybe already been routed or stunned. But I like the fact that in WARNO, tanks, especially heavy tanks, can be lost easily by miss micro, because honestly, that's the way that it is in real life. Commanders will send their tanks up urban areas. They will send their tanks without recon. They will be irresponsible with them, and then anybody can basically take them out. Irregular forces, older tech armed enemies, and even like long range hidden enemies are all very real threats to main battle tanks. And main battle tanks should and can only functionally operate with a very wide amount of support around them. And I like the way that WARNO, even though not being a realistic game, of course, is an authentic game, which allows it to kind of replicate this the failures of real life commanders into the failures of video game commanders.
And yeah, in the end, we have a really, really close KD here in the end, and a pretty close game. Yeah, as we pointed out multiple times. With a couple more kills on Conqueror's M's early on, I think Phoenix's chances would have been quite high there. But if you have a look at the kill dev here, after another good game between these two players, we will see the Conqueror's M's with a decent kill list here. Yeah, that Conqueror's M once more called Rodin being an MVP. I think that was the name of the cluster Wasn't that the exact name that the cluster
I think that
in
was
Vic21?
like Morris, actually, I believe.
Oh yeah. Then
Because it was a German name.
and yeah, Rodin here getting a kill on the TADBVK, TADBV, IZD, two of them, and 3 BMPs. Absolute MVP here for the Mangles, and getting the Mangles the 2-0 victory here in the group stage. Getting Mangles a bit closer to the playoff stage. Both players obviously still having 2 games ahead of them, so it's not over for either. But the Mangles now with a good position to advance. One more win, and they should be pretty safely into the next round. But the Phoenix will have to fight a bit harder now to make it out of the group stage with the next 2 matchups. So yeah, GGVP, and yep, let's get us into the final matchup of today, as we have a really good one for the final one. Mix 90 versus Pro Commute. Short break, guys, and then we're gonna be back with a Division 1 matchup here between 2 of the tournament favorites already meeting in the group stage.
Hell yeah.
Okay, guys, so it is now time for the top match of the day, with 2 of the best players of recent WARNO history facing off against each other. We have the winner of the WARNO League Super Tournament, the one here with Pro Commute, and Mix 90, the finalist of WARNO League Season 0.5 on the other side. And yeah, if you want to have these players fight for you, you can join the WARNO Fantasy League. Like Human Plays already did, like Tanner did, like Chesk did, like I did. By picking together a couple of players, you have 350 points that you like or that you think will perform really well this season. And yeah, at the end, if they did really well, you have the most points, you might win the Fantasy League here without even having to sweat at all, and can let these already 1v1 players play for yourself. Or if you want to put it up a bit more pressure on yourself because you work better under pressure and you're a player in the league, just pick yourself. Yeah, information's down in the description below on YouTube, down in the chat in Twitch. WARNO League Season 0.5. One also obviously will have a prize pool again, funded by Matcherino. You can add to the prize pool for free again. You can contribute directly, obviously, as well. Thanks to everybody who already clicked the contribute button, and big shout out to Jasp, Mandosh, and Vlad for already sharing in with some direct money contributions here. $38 so far. Let's see how far we can get it up until the end of July. Yeah, thanks for all the support. And yeah, let's get into this top match here. As we have on the left side,
Photos. Go. The people are demanding a bet. Go give the people a bet. Meanwhile, I will analyze the 8th Infantry opener coming from Pro Commie.
We can't do a bet on a previously recorded game, Chloride. It would be rigged. People might already know the results.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Logic applies here, unfortunately.
Nah, I unfortunately I believe the best of all people generally. But so on Pro Commie's side, we're seeing a pretty standard opener coming out with both a Recon Bradley and an M1 Abrams, which are pretty high investments, but concentrating, as the meta dictates, solely on the southern Zulu point. The Cobra out there will most likely be an excellent way to deal with the Terrier Para, which is why the Terrier Para are taking relatively safe positions and not trying to deploy too far in. Most likely facing the long-range surveillance recon units and then getting killed by the Cobra of Pro Commie. Pro Commie getting Engineer Dragons up to kind of safe positions, and otherwise small amount of units, most likely heavily controlled down the Zulu. Whereas on the first UK side, we're seeing Terrier Para heavily used to gain ground early game, followed with 2 Tornado AAs right at the opener, not even first minute in. What do you think about this this investment in the AA fighters here?
Well, it is the standard Mix 90 opener. It is the Mix 90 classic here. I've basically named this opener in past tournaments already because it always is what you see out of this player here on the right side. He never wants to get helo rushed, he never wants to get air rushed, so double fighter opener, yes, it is an investment that leaves you behind a bit on the ground, but the Tornado's actually also decent at strafing things if Mix 90 ever realizes there's nothing on the ground to stop him from doing that. So it is a safety measure, but I think it's a pretty stable thing. The only issue I have with it is that it is so predictable from Mix 90, and he does it every time. But against Pro Commie, who in the recent past has used air openers quite often, I think it's still a wise choice to open up with the double Tornado here.
Yeah, so Mix 90's first buys is a Challenger 2, going out there most likely after spotting the Abrams immediately. Abrams
Tornado's coming in for the Cobras. We have an Ihawk directly with a hit onto one of the Tornadoes though. Stingers not able to find the kill. Can the Ihawk do it? No, it can't either, but the Cobra also microed perfectly there. Not killed off. The Warrior Pleak going down, and Mix 90 won't be able to get a foothold into the zone of Pro Commie here at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, Mix 90 probably be able to take out this expensive Bradley recon vehicle with Terrier's Para, but otherwise the Challenger 2 is going to
such a big smoke there. Pro Commie actually getting this unit away from the Terrier Para. Can they get line of sight to fire another law here. They move on the slightly bad angle there to get another one off. Yeah, no. Bradley actually making it out. Cobra now hunting down the Terrier Para. So, really good micro there from ProComi.
Has
Really quick
ProComi
micro
lost
there.
a single unit yet? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. Engineers moving forward. Javelin coming in. Challenger is there now, but nothing is there around it anymore. A lot more reinforcements coming from Mix 90. I don't think ProComi can push this out here easily, but the Cobra really doing so well in this opener.
Yeah, a Gavin getting shot by a Challenger, finally first blood for the British, and Mix 90 does have a nice little point advantage here. Not that it means that much against somebody like ProComi, but ProComi's very concentrated force of individual units. Not like every single one of the. Oh man, the iHawks get taken. iHawk gets taken out by a seed plane, but the AA strikes back, unfortunately, and the seed blade is done. ProComi bringing out an A10.
Just
Let's
didn't
see
just
if...
get the Ihawk though, it also got the Kyoto Warrior, so the seaplane actually paying off there. The Kyoto Warrior, really dangerous unit if microed nice well, but obviously also such a class cannon. Like, it doesn't get more class cannon than the Kyoto Warrior. High accuracy missiles, but only 4 hit point bodies. A10 here with the AT for the Challenger though. Challenger not able to smoke off there in time, and it gets immediately taken out there by the A10. Really good run there by ProComi. The Tornado AAs coming out a bit too late here, and the A10 most likely gonna make it home out of this battle again.
Yeah, up north, Mix 90's investment up to the safe town on Oscar is kind of turning into an infantry push to get some space and maybe a situation or possibility to push X-Ray and force ProComi to buy troops to protect X-Ray at the very least. And these defensible positions that Mix 90 is currently taking hold of are very good. Both the towers, the massive industrial silos, the numerous industrial silos, you have so many on that point there, as well as these forests to put up recon units, to put up ATGMs, and the little village with numerous small houses where infantry with good AT weapons, such as the rifles, can just lurk around and maybe try to not be spotted by enemy recon until the enemy tanks are too close. But like, this is an excellent opening play here from ProComi, despite everything. I really like ProComi's gameplay because it really doesn't seem like he has like a trick. It's not like Homelander where there's always going to be openers, aggro openers, and this and that. No, I mean, ProComi just seems to have really good control, and having a large variety of different units, all of which are controlled to use the maximum potential that they have. And the mech rifles Dragon engaging the rifles on a long range, supported by the Gavins and the Abrams, most likely mean that the only infantry unit here protecting currently the rifles will likely go down sooner rather than later. 2 more rifles are coming up, but with a small amount of
Bradley
movement.
barely surviving there against the Lynx Hellarm. Lynx Hellarm, a really solid AT helicopter. Stinger now moving forward, so pushing the Lynx back. It would survive 1 hit of that. But yeah, the double M1A1 opener here, really scary. They have to stay out of range of the rifles, but as long as they do that, they can give so much fire support here. And the AT options of the first UK are pretty strong, but currently none with enough range here to really deal with the M1A1 in range. Stinger and iHawks keeping the Lynx away, no strong TOW 2s anywhere. A Challenger Mark III now being brought forward, but that's a pretty equal fight on both sides here, both having the same amount of penetration and armor, but the M1A1 has the better reload time and the better accuracy, I believe. So
Yeah,
even that fight, not great for the Challenger here. It has 1 more hit point, but I think the advantage there is with the M1A1.
Yeah, so far, Mix 90 seems to be sending the infantry to just slowly push up and gain some ground up north, which I think is a good usage of this unit investment up north here. These positions of Mix 90s, as I said, are very strong, but something needs to be done about the Abrams. If the Abrams are allowed to peek out, kill something, and G move back to safety behind all of these chaparrals and behind all of these mech rifles, they will be able to trade and grow in amount to become such a problem that no amount of fortifications are going to take them out. The Challenger 3s are moving in, one to the southern side of the point and one to the northern side of the point, so that they can 1v1 challenge the Abrams.
And
Might
they
be
get the
taking a
first
shot at
shot
the
here
Abrams.
potentially, or what are they aiming at? Oh, it's not the M1A1 that they're aiming at. They're actually firing onto an M113. The M1A1 is not spotted, and the Challenger gets side-shotted there immediately. Mix 90 needs to smoke off right now. Smoke comes out last second there before the M1A1 can find another shot, but obviously a terrible start here for that Challenger. Javelin in the south got a hit into the Cobra, but the Cobra once more immediately landed here by Procomi, protecting it from further harm. M110 now trying to hunt down the Challenger. It is, fortunately for Mix 90, even further retreated further, so that M110 won't find the kill. Meanwhile, the Assault Pioneers in the north being called back a bit as a scout with an ACAF has appeared, and the Challenger's not gonna finish off the M1A1s anytime soon here. Two of them still on the field, the third one being called in now, and Mix 90 needs to find another way of tackling the situation here. Milan 2s and Scout 80s coming around. The Warriors with Milan 2s might be an idea as well, though the Bradleys on the other side obviously really potent too.
Yeah, so A10 coming up currently does not have vision on any of Mix 90's tanks, but
And we have
almost.
two tornadoes in the sky, but we also have two really well positioned Eyehawks. And no
Oh,
artillery here on the side of Mix 90 yet. The air spam that makes first 2K such a scary division. Currently not able to engage. Milan 2 though, with some good line of sight onto the M1A1, but big reaction here from Procomi, not letting that unit die. The Warrior and the Challenger pushing forward towards the Engineered Dragon here. Trying to get some kills there. Tornadoes once more engaging onto the A10. Once more not getting the hit, but the Eyehawks at least not able to retaliate either. One Javelin does find the mark. Yeah, the Tornadoes and A10s here in a really, really scary dance for both sides.
yeah. I'm really interested in the Pro Commies battle group's infantry, like infantry units. There are mech rifles dragon, there are engineers dragon, and then there are regular engineers. There are no regular close range AT weapon units, and I think that kind of speaks to the engagement range and the cohesion that this pro commies tactic here like wants to engage at. Never get close enough that your guys are going to need your laws or your AT4s. Always keep them at a nice 1,500 meter range with the dragons, and then the actual damaging power will be brought by the Cobras, the Abrams, and the M110 gun, all of them respectively.
Yeah, Mix 90 also getting the victory here in the end in that sky battle. Really good micro on the Tornado, allowing the A10 to be killed off by the long-range missiles finally. The long-range missile of the Tornado, not the most reliable, but they have a lot of them. That's one of the good things about the Tornadoes, that they have 8 missiles under their wings, and they have decent ECM, allowing them to survive against all these Eyehawks here. A10s once more around, actually just going for a strafing run here, getting a missile off as well. Javelins coming in with some damage. This time around, no Tornado close by, so the A10 actually coming around here. Track drape here, not there to help out. Challenger getting side-shotted, Javelins not getting on target, and this is starting to become a disaster here for Mix 90. Warrior, Applique, and Challenger Mark III going down. And we have a lot of infantry together with M1 A1s firing. At least one of them gets taken out by artillery now. Good usage of the M109. It retargets here onto the next tank, I believe. Oh no, it retargets on the infantry, but the amount of infantry for Pro Commie here, kind of surreal in this town now.
The 8th infantry units, the 11-man mech rifles Dragon and the 10-man engineers, these are extremely survivable units, and 8th does actually get a pretty nice amount of faster deployed supplies, so you can afford to keep them alive. And this patient, slow push style that has troops take positions in every building slowly, and having the long-range weapons, either the Cobras or the Abrams, do the fighting, seems to be working really well. And every time, because the engagement ranges are so high, every time the infantry kind of gets into a risky position, it's either going to be an engineer, and engineers are replaceable and cheap. They are expendable, and the more expensive stuff like the mech rifles can just run back. And the mech rifles are even bought as at 0 vet, so there is like an endless amount of them. Even if Mix 90 could somehow conjure up a massive amount of soft attack damage here.
And Challenger here being targeted by the M110. Really good play by Pro Commie as well, bringing that artillery piece super close to the front line for its normal long-range capabilities, but making it super accurate with it. The M109 on the other side not doing a bad job either here from X90, but it's only one Challenger remaining here. And that one nearly died there to the M110. Meanwhile, on the other side, another M1A1 here coming to the front line. That brings the number back up to 3, and at the same time, these infantry fights just not going well for the British. The British would love to bring in some Harrier HE here right now, but the double Eyehawk plus Chaparral plus double Stinger on the flank AA setup is just too strong here, and I wonder if Mix 90 should have maybe tried to open up the fight a bit more in the north instead of fighting the direct fight here in the south, but it's too late for that. Mix 90 now has to defend down here. Question is, can this be brought back? Because the infantry fights, they just keep on snowballing here. Assault Pioneers doing a charge, if they at least can take out the mech rifle and the engineer there, that would be a start of a comeback here. A lot of them moving forward, but then M1 actually finding the para leader here, so that one has to be careful. Assault Pioneers actually being routed already, so that doesn't really work out nicely either. And the M1A1s positioning themselves pretty well as well. Challengers killing off another engineered dragon here. Artillery hitting the LRS and the mech rifle dragons pretty well as well. So the situation is okay trade-wise this time around for Mix 90, but at the same time, M110 hitting the track drop here, and it will finish it off immediately. Such good usage there, and that now allows the Tow Cobra to come in. No AA left here, all javelins, all track torpedoes down, and now that 20mm autocannon just can shred through the infantry.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that it would have been better for Mix 90 to have some kind of a push up north, or to open up to take the positions and in between the zones here. There are buildings which can be fortified with Milan 2s to side shot Abrams, but you don't really get that choice when you're trading down, and Pro Commie has this death army at this point. This is not even a blob, this is a death army, methodically moving up these expendable yet extremely resilient infantry units, which are closely followed by incredibly high value and expensive, but still perfectly controlled like units. This is even the Eyehawks have been brought up close, so that any kind of an air incursion is unlikely.
Yeah, but it's so much of the map left open there, so I think the way you beat this really is maneuverability, but obviously you have to realize that early enough before the grind starts to happen, like it does right now, and the grind really has brought Mix 90 down quite far by now. At least a good couple of kills here. The M109 really MVP here at the moment for Mix 90, getting a nice kill there onto the CV there, for example. And the Challenger in the forest, at least, is kept alive time and again as well, but it's also so stressed out constantly that it's not really efficient. And that Tow Cobra here, actually having a M35 just directly parked under it, so that it can just go down and come in again, leading Mix 90 to suicide a tornado into it, just for the Cobra to be immediately replaced by the next follow-up. This is painful. And yeah, a lot of armored rifles now paying for it with their lives. The rockets change with the 1.0 patch has made rocket helicopters finally solid again, and they are really quite scary since they hit units in buildings without any damage reduction. And here we have it. GG VP called by Mix90 in game number 1. Pro-Commie getting this one, and yeah, a strong show of one of the tournament's favorites here in the first one. Mix90 showing their class later on there in that fight as well, but it was just too bad of an opener into too much of a clean game from Pro-Commie here in game 1.
Yeah, just how demoralizing must it be to constantly lose troops at these zero vet units, knowing that your opponent can infinitely replace them.
And yeah, the Cobras and the M1A1s, they're doing a good job for sure. And that M110 just used so well. Both sides having a really good RT micro in that game. M109 did a fantastic job here as well, but yeah, the infantry fight's just not panning out, as the snowball did go wrong from the get-go for Mix90, overextending there a bit with the forward deploy. And that's always the risky thing, I think, with first UK, that you have that forward deploy, but should you really use it to try to grab as much territory, or should you just use it for safety measures at the beginning? Because in the end, Terrier Paras have forward deploy, but they're not special forces. They don't win 1v1 engagements. They don't have any Lore 80 or Apilas kind of launchers. So if they get hit by enemy combined arms and they're on their own, they're gonna die. So, and then you are behind in points, and that's kind of what happened here. And yeah, GGVP in game 1 here. Gonna be interesting to see how this plays out in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, quick break, guys. Short 2-minute break. Then we're gonna be back with map number 2. And so we return. Pro Commie up 1-0. Mix 90 under pressure now. And we have Airport Duel as the second map. And we have another really, really hot matchup here between these two as well. As Mix 90 coming in with Berlin Command and Pro Commie with 24th. Divisions that both had their time in the sun, but lately haven't been quite played as much. So I think Berlin Command still has the best infantry tab in the game. It still has obviously the Nighthawk. So people have been able to cope with that better lately. And if you have F-15s, you should be able to deal with it decently nonetheless. And then the Challenger Mark 10s in it, and the M1 IPs it has, both solid tanks, but not quite as good as they have been in their prime. So the open terrain, maybe not the forte of this division. What do you think about 24th here as a pick from Pro Commie?
I'd like to point out that there is an AMX 1390, which I don't think I've ever seen a competitive game from Berlin Command, but 24th, one of my personal favorite divisions. It is an American heavy mechanized infantry division with excellent air and very good fundamentals, whether we're talking about tanks or whether we're talking about logistics or whatever, but it has a weak infantry tab. The largest infantry squads it can bring are the engineer dragons and regular engineers, and most of its infantry power comes from the Bradleys. And the best unit in the game, well, not the best, my favorite unit, the National Guards Bradleys, the extremely efficient Bushmaster armed, ITO armed, reservist IFVs that, in my opinion, are best used by mixing them up with regular army Bradleys, and thus basically giving you some of the best value for money in fire support and tank killing that this game has to offer. And we're already seeing two Bradleys, one of them NG, going from crossing the highway at the start to Echo, and sorry, crossing the runway, and with a large amount of snipers, a full card of snipers deployed in the opener, getting all of these snipers into the most predictable positions, the three towers, two of these control towers, and one of them the western tower in the town. And when it comes to infantry fights, obviously the large infantry squads of then the veteran infantry squads of the Berlin light rifles and other Berlin command units are gonna win 1-1. But knowing how good Pro Commie is at controlling fire support units, having these Bradleys engage at max range while the fire teams are doing the dying on the ground is, in my experience, a very powerful way to trade up. National Guard's fire teams are 30 points, and some of them even have the older, currently overpowered, I believe, Dragon, the M47 Dragon, and despite being reservist units, they still get dual machine guns, so they're not completely worthless when in cover. And
Yeah, on the other
yeah.
side, we have some shenanigans coming up for Mix 90 as well, though, as a Fox is taking the sneaky roads through the rear here and trying to set up some ambushes at Bravo, which could be interesting if successful. We have an invasion with a Toe Cobra here, classic Pro Commie opener in the middle, Mix 90 really respecting that. The PCB stopping early, they need to do that, as the TRM 2000 and Mistral come up from the rear, trying to get in there. Berlin light rifles with the RCL coming around as well, and in the north, a lot of infantry here for Mix 90. I think a bit of pressure there could be potentially quite helpful. Harriers coming out once more. Double fighter opener, getting the kill into the Toe Cobra, but flying over Stingers and Chaparrals here, so this could end badly for the Harriers. F-15 out as well. Oh, that is a bloody start here for Mix 90, with both shut down immediately here.
Losing the 2/3 of the air supremacy fighter deck of Berlin Command. Not that they were going to do much ASF fighting against the Eagles, but maybe having one of them survive to take out a Cobra later would have been nice. Considering 27th also gets Apaches, so maybe we're going to see Harrier bombers getting sent against Apaches later in the game.
Snipers here being caught out in the south now, but quick reaction from Pro Commie there. At least the Milan 2s also got some ACAF in, caught in the center. We see the Fox moving around in the south. The Mat CP actually wants to go in there and capture that, so the Fox might be just at the perfect spot there to kill that on the way through. Maybe not quite before it captures the point, but at least before it can move on. At the same time, fights in the north here. Berlin light rifles with their recoilless rifle that can both fire against infantry with HE damage and against tanks with 13 AP or armored vehicles, is a pretty powerful all-rounder weapon with mid-range with 1400 meters that makes the Berlin infantry quite versatile. CBs here as special forces trying to cross the open, but the Bradley comes in just in time here to stop them from bullying the engineers in CQC.
So Mix 90 making a big step early on, 3 minutes in, buying a 155mm howitzer, and Pro Commie buying the two National Guards howitzers, actually the cheaper ones already. Immediately, both sides realizing that the amount of enemy infantry killed needs to start snowballing now and not later.
Yeah, Fox gets the kill onto the CV. Immediately realized by Pro Commie though, Cobra is on the hunt, but it has to be careful. If it gets in the wrong, flies in the wrong angle, and the Fox gets on target there first with its Raden, it might actually not end super well for the Cobra there. The Fox's 30mm autocannon actually somewhat capable there. Meanwhile, Bradleys and fire teams hunting in the south. We have a 50 cal Jeep hitting the side of the Bradleys. The Bradleys not spotting it there. The CBs with the 84 on target as well. First Bradley does fall. That's actually the high level one. The second one still being active though. Now finally spotting the National Guard Humvee. No, it doesn't. So that 50 cal does keep hitting away here. Not able to fully kill, but at least damage it. And there we have the Nighthawk finishing the job.
Yeah, so far it seems like Mix 90's opener has worked way better than in the last game. Obviously, Berlin Command is
Nighthawk coming in for the
heavy.
next Bradley. Can it get out alive though before F-15 hunts it down? Yes, it can for now, so it will be able to come around the second time here in this battle. And if that stealth bomber here, which we can see, but Pro Commie for sure, most likely couldn't see at that point, because there's no radar AA on the battlefield, and you need to have high air vision units on the battlefield to be able to spot it. Yeah, without that, the Nighthawk there came in as the Shadow Striker and got the double kill here on two Bradleys. F-15 now out, but that's too late. At the same time though, oh my goodness, are these M109s gnarly from Pro Commie. Getting another good couple of kills here. The Milan 2 taken out, and Mix 90 basically has to permanently keep these units active. At the same, the Cobra just barely surviving against the Fox there in the 1v1. It was super close, but it got the W there. Shouldn't move forward in my eyes right now, because even the 50 cal of the Humvee could kill it in a couple of shots now. Potentially even a recon unit just shooting with small arms on it.
Yeah, the Eagle is out here providing the exceptional air optics flying around, but the problem, the weakness with the F-15 is that it doesn't have the full 240-second autonomy that some other planes, such as a Tornado, has. It only has 140 seconds of autonomy, so it's actually can be quite inefficient to fly it around just so that you have the air optics out. And this is most likely something that that Mix 90 understands. At least you would hope that they would understand, considering the matchup here.
The M109 on both sides continuously firing away. Both sides getting decent kills with them. The Berlin light rifles in the south here getting killed off by some M109s right on top of them. Mix 90 currently the one with the slight lead in points, with a slight tick advantage thanks to the kill on through the CV in the south. But that's gonna change in a second here when the next command vehicle here will capture the point, as only command vehicles can do that job. Nighthawk coming in the north again. The F-15 is still there though. It is now on the hunt, but it's running really low on fuel. It will run out of fuel before it gets there.
Oh no!
Perfectly timed. I'm not sure if on purpose, but perfectly timed by Mix-90. Another bomb of the Nighthawk landing, killing off a Stinger and a transport vehicle here. And the Phantom being called in immediately. Not able to find it though. They only have good air optics, and yeah, the Nighthawk out before the Phantom can get any missiles off there, can get close enough to the Nighthawk. Risky fighting here by Mix-90, but really important kills there for sure. Meanwhile, Tow Cobra in the south finds an AMX-13, but the TRM 2000 immediately gets on top of it. Pivot dealing a lot of damage to the Phantom there, but so that one will be out for quite a while it's repairing. The F-15 actually will have a good amount of time out reloading as well, or refueling rather. That's the M109 here getting on top of the Tow Cobra, of the Tow 2. At the same time, M109s of Brocomi constantly firing as well. Really, really good artillery play here. Takes so much micro here, really showing the prowess of both of these players. And it's both Nighthawks that are around for Mix-90, as the next one here coming in with a kill onto a calf. But we have another F-15 here out as well, and this time around it spots the enemy, and there's 0 ECM on the Nighthawk. One spotted. It's basically a sitting duck, so it gets shut down there. We have one pivot over here. I thought that would be pivots in the rear there as well. If they would have been, the F-15 would have gotten shut down here, but it's only the TRMs that are being brought in, and they can't reach up there to the F-15, so the F-15 will make it out alive.
This game is difficult to even follow, let alone cast. Another Nighthawk coming up to attack the Foxtrot point. Foxtrot point, a AMX-30B was ambushed by Bradleys and Dragons, but Nighthawk will take the revenge shot, I think, trying to
we
kill.
have a Strike Eagle out as well, and that one has LGBs as well, plus it also has good air optics only, but has 4 AM9Ms, so it could hunt down the Nighthawk potentially as well. It won't find it there though. The Nighthawk finds the CV, but the LGB on the other side finds some Berlin Light Command as well, and there's only one pivot down here to try to stop it. The pivot will get onto it, will start to do some damage, will start to do some stress, but pushing back Nighthawks with Berlin Command is pretty painful, and it's actually pinpoint targeting onto the M109, and it gets the kill. No, it doesn't! It just barely doesn't. Yeah, that's... And it goes down?
And
what?
The Mistrals?
The Mistrals, the OP French manpads here, striking again. It's the only manpad that really can reach out to a Strike Eagle, and that also has a decent chance of hitting it because they have good accuracy. And yeah, the Strike Eagle there taking the wrong way out. Maybe should have been microed on the way out as well, but painful losses there. And yeah, it wasn't, the M109 wasn't seen, so it was only a hit on position, which wasn't quite accurate there. And the LGB doing a lot of damage, but the M109 barely alive here. Oh my goodness.
What is barely dodging the counter battery that is also coming in from both of the National Guard's guns. Another flight from the Nighthawk. So Mix-90's infantry push. Mix-90 has put out the Corps Z units, the Freiwillige Polizei Reserve units, and is sending them up against fortified positions up the towns here. Mix-90 has a less recon visibility here. No, actually, no.
Nighthawk coming in though, sniping the sniper, but the F-15 should come around now. There is a lot of Mistrals now though, and the F-15 doesn't want to fly over all of them, It flies over some of them already though, which might already end in a hit. Pivot there around as well. Another Mistral. 3 Mistrals there in the north. And the F-15 goes down as
Wow.
well. Is the Nighthawk
Uh,
supremacy coming around here now?
I was biting my finger all that time. Like you can see that not a single real tank. Only the CEVs are being proed out by Procomi. Procomi knows that every single Abrams that is on the ground here, even though they are the older generation gun IP Abrams, all of them are immediate high value targets to the Nighthawk, which actually is allowing a Mix 90 to bring out the first Abrams. With a Finnish commander, it seems. The tactic of investing of Mix 90 investing into this urban fight zone seems to be paying off very well, because the Nighthawks and the guns have been able to basically break down these high visibility tower areas where the snipers were put on by Procomi in the opener. So now this creep of infantry is pushing, and maybe sooner or later trying to threaten Papa.
And
And
Nighthawk
this
is coming around again. Does lose another bomb. I'm not quite sure if that's one is on target. Yes, it is.
is
Yes, it is. Coming around again. Do we have a fighter out? Staying around for the second one is always a bit painful, a bit dangerous, but also is where the real value of it lies, that it has the potential of hitting twice, and it hits twice here. Bradley's smoking a bit too late. Second LGB bomb, the laser guided bomb there. Once it is out, it finds a target, even if the smoke comes out. And there we go with another kill. M109 on the TOW 2 here with some good damage as well. And this is looking like a really, really intense match, because at the same time, with all that air action not going so well for Procomi, the Bradley action on the ground hasn't been so bad. At the same, and the M109s have been constantly taxing Mix 90's forces as well. That's why Mix 90 has switched to the cheapest infantry out there. Played High Reserve, 25 points, 10 hit points. That's a really, really good infantry unit when you just want to have targets out for the enemy. And
yeah, they're exceptionally good at making contact, considering they have the security trait, which gives them good optics when they're standing still. So they're just extra good at kind of being in the front line and not doing anything except getting shot. Corp Z, I call them. But yeah, I think currently the investments of Mix 90 into the fight on the middle are because Mix 90 thinks that they can like actually take this whole ground. Maybe I believe that the Papa, the back point of Procomi being open here, is something massive that needs to be solved by Procomi. But Procomi might actually, and the first Abrams is coming out there right now, despite not being able to take out or even damage the other Nighthawk. So it seems like the situation is dire enough, and the tanks are needed here. But yeah, there is so much possibility. We can even see Mix 90 like sneak up around the far right corner of the map with a Humvee, TOW, Berlin rifles, a bunch of anti-helo Tarasks.
Nighthawk
So
is out now. The Phantom looking the wrong way right now, but there is a pivot with radar now, so the Phantom might be able to spot the Nighthawk. It's just flying too far away right now. Coming in at the wrong moment. Good hit once more by the Nighthawk. Not quite hitting the TOW 2 though, and the Bradley's keeping the Chieftains and so on in check. But the M109s here just constantly barraging the ground. But Bradley, after Bradley right now falling, as there are some decent ATGMs here with some engineered dragons, with a couple of TOW Humvees as well. And yeah, that TOW Humvee AA push in the south, interesting as well. No CV there, though, to contest Bravo just yet. And we have the second Strike Eagle now being brought in, and that's the death of the Chieftain. Chieftain being hit there, and we don't have as many man pads here for Mix 90 anymore, as the M109s have chewed through their numbers quite well in the last couple of minutes. So the Strike Eagle this time around will get out alive.
Yeah, the IP Abrams commander coming up, getting routed to mid, kind of signals of pro commies willing wanting to transition this game into a tank game now. Tank game is where
Oh, finds the M1 IP Abrams. Strike Eagle there with another really important hit. On the other side, though, we have the Nighthawk just coming in when all the fighters leave the battlefield. Was that just a ruse?
oh,
We have a Phantom back coming in, straight coming at the Nighthawk, and there is not enough protection around for the Nighthawk this time. This might be the end of Mix 90's hero. Yes, it should be the end of it. Phantom getting the kill. Nighthawk found one more kill onto a Cav beforehand, but that's not good enough here. And now it is air time for Pro Commie. And does Mix 90 have enough on the ground here to push through? Towards Papa? Maybe, but do they realize that?
I think, but I'm not sure. But Mix 90 actually just murked Pro Commie's reinforcement. Pro Commie sent them just slightly too far, and the Posse B and the Engineer Dragons were able to take out both the Bradley and the units. The engineers running out. Now Mix 90 moving with both recon and reinforcing with AMX-30s, these cheaper, older generation French tanks, and clearly pushing towards Papa right now. Mix Pro Commie's investments are still into the middle, where the tank supremacy and the control supremacy seems to be paying off. Mirage Force Seed coming up and dropping at the Abrams.
Ooh, but yeah, it's not a good
Managing
plane.
around.
It's not a great plane. It doesn't kill with its bombs, as it unfortunately drops the currently somewhat underpowered 200 kilogram bombs. And it doesn't really hit with its seed either. Pivot's still alive. And then the F-15 Eagle came just in and murdered it right out of the position there. And that's a tough spot now. I would have liked that investment more into shenanigans stuff for the South. Pro Commie by now has a Bradley and a Fireteam Law there, so the South isn't quite as open as it was a minute ago. And Pro Commie now the one that gets the tick going with the M1IP getting into the center zone. M109's at least opening up fire against it, but I don't think they will kill it anytime soon. And the push in the north is real now. Engineered Dragons there being fired upon by AMX-30s and some TRM 2000s. So Mix 90 for sure pushing forward. The question is how long until we see another Strike Eagle call in. And we have an Apache around here as well. That's another scary unit for sure. At least the TRM 2000 with good micro can protect you from it, but it won't be easy here for Mix 90 in that somewhat open field that is Papa. Strike Eagle now coming in, and yeah, this is dangerous moves here for Mix 90, but it is a necessary move for
The
sure.
TRM 2000 is out of ammo. It's been shooting at the infantry. It only has 100 rounds left. Could be that this Apache will actually just wreck this push. The defensive National Guard's Apache is one of my favorite tools with 24th, is to use this Apache defensively.
Yeah, TRM
because,
2000 now out of ammo. Apache does get the kill. At the same time, Strike Eagle found the M1IP, and we have a surrender out of Mix 90 there, giving
wow.
another victory to Pro Commie.
That sure was a game.
That was a
Wow.
hell of a game. Really, both sides showing why these divisions are so scary when you use them correctly. Nighthawks here doing well. Also, once more, just like in game one, great artillery micro out of both sides. And yeah,
Actually,
just a
there was
couple
only
too many classic engagements going wrong there for Mix 90, I think. The ground fights, the Toes 2s doing a fantastic job here for Pro Commie, and the Bradleys getting the better out of Humvee Toes here. That should not happen. The Humvee Toes there have the better stealth and so on. You shouldn't just lose them to Bradleys, but that, especially not when you have the Toe 2 and they have the ITO. Like, you have better accuracy and all, but that's what happened, and that's what cost him the game here, I think.
Yeah, but can you imagine microwing everything during that game? Interestingly, actually, it was only a single Nighthawk that the other Nighthawk got only a single kill in the CEV, and the Fletcher Nighthawk was the one actually getting all the kills. So a maximum maximum value getting squeezed out of that LGB bomber. I'd say that the push to Papa could have happened earlier, and it probably should have happened earlier. But there was just so much going on, and all the control was obviously centered around the fight on the mid, where there wasn't a clear winner. So the reinforcements and the attention of both players really were centered down mid there. I'm not sure if Mix 90 understood how clean and clear the path to the back point was. And by the time the push actually happened, Pro Commie was in a position where you could send an Abrams, an Apache, and a Strike Eagle all to fight off that kind of emerging push. So the and also down in far south, the kind of hook attack. There was a long time when there was nothing there. Even the single NG Bradley with the NG Law unit. That took a long time to appear, and some increased aggressiveness, maybe lurking around with the Eclairer down there to, or doing anything down there, could have actually stretched Pro Commie far enough that the middle wouldn't have been reinforced crucially. But all of this attention from both players getting used to perfect airplay, to the extremely important artillery gameplay to destroy all of those crucial ATGMs and recon units on those very numerable towers. An amazing game so far. Can't
Yeah,
like that. Wow. Yeah.
really shows the strength of Division 1 here and the level of quality that WARNO high level play has come to. That Mix 90 not being able to get any points out of this matchup, even though he played really good in both games, has to really fight for survival now in the group. The next two matches against strong opponents in that group remaining with Tanner and I forgot who else is in that group. Give me a second, guys. We'll figure that out in a second. I think it's Forward. Yeah, Forward and Tanner. So two really strong players there as well. And yeah, we'll see how the survival goes there. Once more shout out, guys, to the Fantasy League. I will close sign up tomorrow. So if you want to have a Fantasy League team, get me your team together today or by tomorrow. And yeah, with that said, we're gonna end it here for today. Thanks for watching, guys. It was an amazing amount of fun to cast these games. Thank you for once more for joining Chloride. Also, guys, check out Chloride's channel if you haven't done so yet for some more WARNO action over there. And thanks for team and plays in the wooden box for the raids. We're gonna send you over now to the lovely Moydog, who is streaming a bit of squad. And
Bye bye.
streamed a bit of WARNO the last couple of days as well. Let him know that the WARNO community wants him back on WARNO in the upcoming days as well. And have some amazing time with Squad, which is on the new 8.0 patch, which is absolutely fun as well. Bye bye, and have a great day, guys.
Bye.